For the third, yes, sorry, for the third accused person, Mr. Kitonga, Your Honor, appears for the, is present in court. He appears for the fifth and sixth accused persons. The prosecution is represented by Mr. Milimani, who is also present in court.
Good morning, Your Honor. Morning.
The matter is coming up for judgment, Your Honor. We are ready to take the judgment of this honorable court. Yes, the first and third and fourth accused persons appear in person. I believe they are also ready to take the judgment of this honorable court.
Kuna mwenye elewi kizungu vizuri? Tutakuwa wengine amenyamaza.
Naelewa.
Okay. A long one. It will take a very long time to finish. And so just relax and think you might finish past 11. Second, time you can talk and relax to stop it at Thank you for accommodating me. I kept on putting it off because it's not an easy judgment because of the holiday. What I have written, I have typed. So within 10 minutes at the end of the record section, I'll be able to publish it and then you'll get it online. On the council linked, isn't it?
Yes, we are on.
So you'll get it within 5 minutes. Within 10 minutes from the end of the sitting.
We really appreciate it.
Yes. You want me to read everything or summary?
In light of that, Your Honor, we can go to the summary and find out the court findings of the honorable court. We will get the typed copy and interrogate it accordingly.
Sometimes reading the one thing assists. You proof reading also. Notice some typographical errors and correct as you move along. So I would prefer to read everything. Kama kuna mwenye hataki nisome yote kabisa.
Soma. Mheshimiwa, nafunga mkono pia some yote.
Sawa. The 7 accused persons here, namely Eric Muyera Isabwa, alias Chairman, Raphael Milimani Kashi, alias Kimbuja, Mustafa Milimani Anyon, alias Musto, Stephen Askiva Lipapo, alias Chokore, Jane Wanjiru Kamau, alias Shiro, Margaret Njeri Shuri, and Simon Wambugu Ishamba, who are the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and fifth, sixth, and seventh accused persons, respectively, face a number of counts. Each of the first 3 counts is of robbery with violence, contrary to section 296, subsection 2 of the Penal Code. Particulars of the first count are that the 7 accused persons hearing on the 6th day of February 2015 at about 22:00 hours along Waiyaki Way in Nairobi, within Nairobi County, jointly with others not before court while armed with dangerous weapons, namely G3 rifle and pistols, robbed Michael Ngatia Gatuto, a motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A Nissan Sun, beige in color, valued at Kenya shillings 400,000, a gas cylinder valued at Kenya shillings 4,000, and a Nokia mobile phone, IMEI number 355093044040160, valued at Kenya shillings 8,000, and a Nokia mobile phone, IMEI number 358965055131 H260, valued at Kenya shillings 4,000, all valued at Kenya shillings 416,000, and at the time of such robbery threatened to use actual violence to the said Michael Ngatia Gatuto. Particulars of count number 2 are that the 7 accused persons hearing on the 7th day of February 2015 at about 0015 hours at Greenbelt Estate in Wangige area within Nairobi County, jointly with others not before court while armed with dangerous weapons, namely a G3 rifle and pistols, robbed Gladys Waidera of a motor vehicle registration number KBE 464L, make Toyota Spatio, metallic grey in color, valued at Kenya shillings 600,000, a mobile phone, make Samsung Galaxy S3 Neo, email number 356217060 326030, valued at Kenya shillings 32,000, a laptop, make Compact, valued at Kenya shillings 36,000, in cash, Kenya shillings 1,000, all valued at Kenya shillings 669,000, and at the time of such robbery threatened to use actual violence to the said Gladys Waidera. Particulars of the third count are that the 7 accused persons hearing on the 7th day of February 2015 at 0015 hours at Greenbelt Estate in Wangige area within Kiambu County, jointly with others not before court, while armed with dangerous weapons, namely a G3 rifle and pistols, robbed Irene Ndoni Mbui, a mobile phone, made Huawei ID number 8666254010865040, valued at Kenya shillings 15,000, and cash Kenya shillings 600, all valued at Kenya shillings 15,000. And at the time of such robbery, threatened to use actual violence to the said Irene Mudhoni Wambui. Counts number 4 and count number 5 are against the first and the 6th accused persons hearing. Count 4 is of being in possession of a firearm without a firearm certificate, contrary to section 4, subsection 2A, as read with section 4, subsection 3B of the Firearms Act, chapter 114 of the laws of Kenya, particulars of which are that the first and the sixth accused persons on the 13th day of February 2015 at Area 87 Kino within Kiambu County, jointly with others not before court, were unlawfully found in possession of a firearm, namely a G3 rifle, serial number KP 6927317 without a firearm certificate. Count number 5 is of possession of ammunition without firearm certificate, contrary to section 4, subsection 2A, as read with section 4, subsection 3B of the Firearms Act, chapter 114 of the laws of Kenya, whose particulars are that the first and sixth accused persons on the 13th day of February 2015 at Area 87 Kino within Kiambu County, jointly with others not before court, were unlawfully found in possession of 7 rounds of 7.62 millimeter caliber ammunition without a firearm certificate. Count numbers 6 and 7 are against the second accused person herein. Count 6 is of being in possession of firearm without a firearm certificate, contrary to section 4, subsection 2A, as read with section 3, subsection 3B of the Firearms Act, chapter 114 of the laws of Kenya, particulars of which are that the second accused person on the 13th day of February 2015 at Rironi within Kiambu County, jointly with others not before court, was unlawfully found in possession of a Seska pistol, serial number G4726 without a firearm certificate. Count number 7 is of being in possession of ammunition without firearm certificate, contrary to section 4, subsection 2A, as read with section 4, subsection 3B of the Firearms Act, chapter 114 of the laws of Kenya, particulars of which are that the second accused person on the 13th day of February 2015 at Rironi within Kiambu County, jointly with others not before court, was unlawfully found in possession of 15 rounds of 9 millimeter caliber ammunition without a firearm certificate. The 8th count is against the 5th accused person and is a charge of being in possession of ammunition without firearm certificate, contrary to section 4, subsection 2A, as read with section 4, subsection 3B of the Firearms Act, particulars of which are that on the 13th day of February 2015 at Kanyamanga area in Kangemi within Nairobi County, jointly with others not before court, was unlawfully found in possession of 2 rounds of 9 millimeter ammunition without firearm certificate. Each of the 7 accused persons denied the respective counts. A total of 36 witnesses testified during the trial, and the accused persons, when placed on defense, gave sworn testimonies. And the following is a summary of the evidence adduced during the trial. Sorry, I see gadgets directed at me. I hope they don't have infrared. Has it all infrared light? No. Okay. Infrared can be dangerous, especially to the eyes. The following is a summary of evidence adduced during the trial. PW1, Michael Ngatia Ituto, testified that on 6th of February 2015, at about 10:00 p.m., He parked at Kangemi near Shell petrol station adjacent to some kiosks. He was in a motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A Nissan Sunny. It was a family car registered in the name of his wife by the name Jane Joki Gaira. Jane Joki Gatia, sorry. His wife had alighted to buy certain items from the kiosk, so he was alone in the car as he scrolled his phone since he wanted to make a phone call. At that point, he had a bang on the driver's window, and on checking, he saw barrel of a gun. He did not know what kind of a gun it was. The man with the gun was ordering him to open the door in Kiswahili language, fungua mlango. And the man ordered entered the back door, and a man entered to his right, entered the car to his right, and another to his left, and another one went to the passenger's seat as another sat on the driver's seat. A total of 4 men entered the vehicle with him. He was in the middle of the back seat and was ordered to bend down completely, and he complied. Inside the motor vehicle, he stated he had some shopping. His wife had left her bag with phone at the back. He had a Meko gas cylinder. When he was asked to move to the rear seat, he stated he left the car keys on the ignition. Those people drove off, entered Wayaki Road, and turned to the right towards Udhiru. While in the car, the only conversation they had was when they told him that they had been sent to kill him for moving around with people's wives, which he denied. The vehicle then entered a rough road, and he was told to enter into the boot. He complied. They then drove into a petrol station and fueled. Then they proceeded on rough road, and then the vehicle switched off. It was started, and then again the engine switched off the second time and the third time. Then he could feel that they were on smooth road, and then the vehicle drove fast, then slowed down and entered the right side before stopping. The men came out of the vehicle. Then he heard screams of ladies, and then the vehicle reversed and entered the main road again and drove off. He remained in the boot. Then after about 20 to 25 minutes, he had the vehicle stop on the road. Then people came out and he had them speak. He stated that he listened carefully and he understood they were policemen. He then started banging the boot, and then they came and opened the boot for him. He came out and saw they were next to a flat, and the police were questioning a man and a lady. He stated that there was bright light from the security lights. The man was saying that he was coming to open the gate. Then he was shown a gun and he had not opened the gate, and that the vehicle had just driven off, and said it was the vehicle the two ladies were in. The police asked them to accompany them to police station, and on reaching there, he realized it was Kikuyu police station. The officer on duty recorded in the occurrence book and took his statement, then referred him to Kabete police station because somebody had already reported that him, that is PW1, and his vehicle were missing. He went to Kabete police station and found the police officers handling the matter, who also took his statement. He was asked to leave the vehicle there. The police took him home. He further stated that he had driven his vehicle from the flats to Kikuyu police station, then again to Kabete police station where he left it. He further stated that he checked the vehicle and saw all his articles scattered in the vehicle. His wife's bag was in the vehicle, but the phone, make Nokia, was missing. The Meko gas and the shopping were also missing. Those people had also earlier on taken his phone, make Huawei, and the following day, he stated he went to Kabete police station and picked his vehicle. On 15th of February 2015, at about 5:40 p.m., he stated he was at Central Police Station, where he had been asked to go for an identification parade of some gentlemen. At Central Police Station, he found people lined up for him to identify. He stated that he did not count them, but they were around 10. He was asked if he could identify any of the men in the parade, and he told the officer to let him hear their voices, and he asked them to shout, "Fungua mlango, ruka kiti ya nyuma." They shouted the words, and he was not able to identify any. He stated that he insisted on voice identification because that was the only way he could identify the man with. The incident had been at night and it was dark, so he was not able to identify any of their faces. He was then summoned to Kamukunji police station, where he was another parade again of more than 10 men. He did not see any of the participants before going to the parade. He stated that he demanded again the parade members to shout, "Fungua mlango, ruka kiti ya nyuma," and was able to identify a voice was able to connect with the incident. He pointed and picked out the man with the voice, and he stated that he clearly remembered the force of the voice. Referring to the identification parade form, he stated that it is dated 15 February 2015 at Kamukunji police station, and that his name appears as witness number 1, and that paragraph B, the name of the suspect is Raphael Kimani Gashi. That at page 4, paragraph E shows the results that he had identified him by touching, and that he was not sure if the person he identified is in court, and that he identified him through the voice. He also identified a copy of logbook serial number B08931281 in the name of Jane Njoki Ngatia for motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A. Neither his phone nor his wife's phone was recovered, he stated. PW2, Jane Njoki Ngatia, testified that she lives in a place called Kangemi, and at the material time worked for JKUAT CBD campus as a student counselor. On 6th of February 2015, at around 8:30 p.m., she was from Houston at Mount Kenya University and went to Nakumatt Lifestyle Supermarket and did shopping for household goods. She then proceeded to the parking where her husband, namely Mr. Ngatia, was waiting. Her husband had family vehicle KBF 796A, which was registered in her name, Nissan Sunny, beige in color. They then proceeded home via Waiyaki Way. At Kangemi Shell station near Wangige, she stated they stopped for her to buy fruits. She left her husband in the vehicle and also left her bag and Nokia phone in the vehicle. Her phone number was 0721 101 564. She went to the kiosk and bought fruits. She then proceeded to where she had left the car not more than 15 minutes earlier, and she stated that she did not find the car. She did not find her husband or the car. People were walking past, so she decided to walk home because it was close by. She dashed home and asked if her husband had been home, and the answer was in the negative. She asked her daughter, Naomi, Ngatia, to call her father's phone. It did not go through. She then called a neighbor, friend called Beatrice to accompany her to Kabete police station because she thought she had to report. A neighbor by the name Bruce drove her to Kabete police station where she reported the matter. The police advised her to go back and wait for any report, and she complied. Then at about 2 a.m., the police called her daughter Penina's phone and told her that her husband had been found safe with a car and that they would bring him home. The police brought the husband home at 2:30 a.m. and told her that she would go for a car the following day. She stated that the police came in with a paper bag which had a handbag, and she confirmed everything was in the bag except her phone. And she stated that the police officer told her that he found everything scattered in the car and placed them in the bag. The following day, her husband went and brought the car home. At the shopping, she had done all the shopping she had done, and an empty Meko cylinder had been found missing from the car. The phone was also stolen. She identified copy of the logbook of the motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A and stated that the vehicle was registered in her name. PW3 Gladys Waidera testified that at the material time, she was a financial advisor with British American Insurance Westlands branch. On 6th of February 2015, at about 6:15 p.m., she left the office and headed to Dagoretti Corner to a garage in the company of her sister by the name Irene Mudoni to see a mechanic to repair her car registration number KBE 464L Toyota Spatio beige in color. Because she was late, her car could not be repaired, so she just discussed business with the mechanic, briefing karaoke, and then she left the garage between 10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. and headed home towards Wangige at a place called Greenbelt. Before reaching Wangige, a mechanic called to ask if she had reached home, and she called the caretaker, namely Shage, to open the gate for her, but he did not pick the call. They headed straight to the gate, and she called Shage again. The gate had very bright fluorescent lights, she stated. She called Shage again. While at the gate, she saw a vehicle appear from behind, and the vehicle parked behind them. It was a saloon car. Then suddenly she turned and saw all the 4 doors open, and 4 men came towards her vehicle. One had a big gun, and the others had pistols. It was the co-driver who had the big gun, a G3 rifle. The 4 men ordered them to open the door. They screamed. Okay. Huwa inafanyika once in a while, eh? So when that happens, what you do if you have a mobile phone, weka torch alafu iangalie juu. Mulika juu. You plan some places. You take time for the outline, one to come back. Because it affects the server. So we'll continue. Where was that? Stima ilipotea mkaogopa sana. Sorry, we pause a bit so that he brings it back. Who was online?
No one was.
maybe the media team.
Can I just continue?
Yes.
I'll go back a bit so that we pick up. The gate had very bright fluorescent lights. She stated she called Chege again while at the gate. She saw a vehicle appear behind them, and the vehicle parked behind them. It was a saloon car. Then suddenly she turned and saw all the four doors open, and 4 men came towards a vehicle. One had a big gun and others had pistols. It was the co-driver who had the big gun, a G3 rifle, that is XP3. The 4 men ordered them to open the door. They screamed loud and drove on, and she hit the gate. The lights in the houses were on. She opened the door. The man who was at her door of the car came into the car. At that time, she stated the lights inside the vehicle at the roof at the front were on, and she stated that there were bright lights, and that when she came out, she was forced to go to the back seat as her phone, make Samsung Galaxy S3, fell down in the vehicle. Her sister was also forced to the back seat. The 4 men entered her vehicle. Her sister was also forced to the back seat, and she stated that she was robbed of her phone and laptop computer and Kenya shillings 1,000, which was in the wallet, and ATM card. After she gave them everything they asked for, she was forced to jump into the boot of the car. She stated that the 4 were speaking to her in Kiswahili, and they said, "Rukeni nyuma." She stated that they jumped into the boot, and they were covered with mats and the papers that were in the boot. While at the back seat, she stated her sister and herself had also been masked, and on being forced into the boot, they were unmasked. Because her phone had fallen down, those people really harassed her, thinking that she had kept it, and they drove off but stopped on the way to look for it, searched for it until they found it. She stated that those people kept on threatening them, engaging in conversation, whether to finish them off to avoid being occasioned trouble, and whether to take them to Karura and finish them off. She further stated that when the vehicle stopped and those people came out of the car to search for the phone, she was able to see them as those people threatened them for about 3 minutes until they found the phone. She stated that the driver was less than 1 meter from her. The other sat next to her in the vehicle, and another sat at the passenger seat, and the 4th one next to her sister. After those people got the phone, they got into the car and drove off at high speed, and she stated that as those people threw them into the car's boot, they asked for Kenya shillings 100,000, saying that they do not harm ladies, and that she told them that she does not have that kind of money, nor did she have anyone with that kind of money. Those people drove and stopped at a very noisy place, which she thought was a pub, and she had them ask each other how many people were in that car. They did several stops as they mentioned K1 and Sankara, though they did not kajak anyone there. After a lot of driving and stopping, she felt they were moving very fast on the highway. Then the vehicle stopped. One of those people exited from the car, from the co-driver's door. Then she heard about 5 gunshots, and she thought they were shooting people. She was covered, and she could not see who was shooting. Then she heard a commotion, and their car was hit. Then a man came back into their car, and she heard them argue. Those people kept on saying, "Chairman," or "Bro." And the one who was the chairman was complaining. Then she had the vehicle drive back the highway where it drove at a very high speed. They stopped at 2 noisy places again, and then the vehicle drove very fast as one of them made a phone call asking someone where he was. And the caller confirmed that the man was at Daisy. Along the way, she stated, one of the men exited, then further on the vehicle was stopped, and one came and opened the hood for her and her sister. They pointed to them a direction to a homestead and ordered them to walk without looking back. She stated that they went to that homestead. As the vehicle drove off, they sat in the cold in that homestead for 2 to 3 hours when the owner of the homestead woke up and found them outside. And they narrated to them what happened and gave them breakfast and bus fare to police station. She stated that she had no idea what the place was. The lady in the house directed them to Tigoni police station where they gave their statement. She further stated that at the police station, the police informed them that the vehicle had already been found and was at Kerwa AP camp. They were directed to Kikuyu police station where the police escorted them to Kerwa AP camp where they found the vehicle. They took the vehicle to Kikuyu police station where they again gave their statements. The car was handed over to them, she stated, and that she saw that the left hand side of bumper and left wing and grille on headlights were damaged. The left headlights were not there. She had left her handbag, cards and documents in the vehicle. She got those items except her phone and laptop. She took her vehicle to a garage and she referred to the sale agreement in respect of the said motor vehicle in the course of her testimony. On 15th of February 2015 at about 5 p.m. Sorry, that gentleman standing near the door. Wewe uko sawa?
Yes.
Tafuta mahali ukae.
Thank you.
Thank you. On 15th of February 2025 at about 5 p.m. she was at Central Police Station where she had been called to go and identify the robbers, and she was called to a parade of about 8 men, and she was not able to identify any man. Then she was called to Kamukunji Police Station and was introduced to a parade of 8 men and asked to identify the robbers who had robbed him, and she was able to identify one man. She stated that at Kamukunji Police Station she participated in 3 parades, and referring to parade form, that is Exhibit 1, and paragraph C, she stated that her name is listed as witness number 2 for suspect Raphael Kimani Gaki, and that she asked the parade members to speak so that she could identify their voices. And she wanted them to say, "Unapiga honi," and she was able to identify the driver's voice, and she was only told later that he was Raphael Kimani. She stated that she identified him by his voice and tapped him on his shoulders, and that he is the second accused person hearing. That apart from his voice, she also identified him by his size and stature, and that she observed him well when she was out of the car and he moved into the car. She also participated in another parade for a suspect called Mustafa Kimani Anyoni, and her name is listed in parade form, that is as the second witness, and the parade had about 8 men, and she was able to identify the suspect also by his voice and stature, and he had uttered the words Enda Nyuma, which he asked them to speak out, and she also identified him by his face. She stated that he had been seated in the vehicle right next to her on the right hand side, and that he is the third accused person hearing. PW3 further stated that she also did a third parade for Stephen and Steve Alipapo, and that the form shows her name as witness number 2, that the parade had about 8 members, and she was able to identify the suspect by his voice, and face, and that he had uttered the words Rudi Nyuma, which she asked members of the parade to utter, and that he had been seated in the vehicle behind the co-driver's seat, and that is the fourth accused person hearing, and that she was able to identify the suspect by his voice, stature, and face, and that he had uttered the words Rudi Nyuma, which he asked members of the parade to utter, and he had sat in the vehicle behind the co-driver's seat. On cross-examination by the second accused, she stated that when she was abandoned, she went to Tigoni police station and the police did not ask her to give description of the man who was driving the vehicle, and that she did not tell the police that she was able to identify the second accused after she was told that her vehicle had been recovered, that she clearly saw the second accused person's face well, and she also identified the second accused by his voice because the voice was unique and she could not have mistaken it. And she further stated on cross-examination by the third accused that when she wrote her statement at Tigoni police station, she only wrote how she was carjacked and robbed of her car, that the third accused was the one who was seated next to her as he held her hand and neck, and she could not fail to identify him, and that at Tigoni police station, the police only asked her about the loss of her phone, laptop and motor vehicle. On cross-examination by the fourth accused person, she stated that her statement says it was on 7th February 2025, and that she signed the statement on 6th, and that it was a typing error as it was on Friday 6th. Then when she went to Tigoni police station to report the robbery, she was asked to give a description of the assailant. She further stated that one Mr. Chege was a caretaker and was threatened by one of the assailants, and that she could not tell exactly how Mr. Chege witnessed the incident as she was in the vehicle being harassed. The whole episode was about 5 hours from the beginning to the end, she stated. She identified motor vehicle registration number KBE 464L in the course of her testimony and produced the same as prosecution exhibit 7, after which the court read an order for its release to PW3. PW4, Irene Mudoni Wambui testified that at the material time she was working with Britam as a financial consultant on 6th February 2015. She was at Britam offices where she worked until 6 p.m. and then met her sister by the name Gladys Waidera in Westlands at 6 p.m. And then they took her sister's motor vehicle registration number KBE 464L to garage. Her sister drove the vehicle to the garage and at Dagoretti corner called GTEC Auto Garage, where they met one Griffin Karaoke, who was the owner of the garage, at about 7 p.m. who, after advising them that it was late, they agreed that he works on the vehicle the following day. So they left the garage at around 10 p.m. and headed home at Greenbelt at a place called Wangigi. Along the way, Griffin called to know how they were doing, and she spoke to him and told him that they were at almost home. And she then called the caretaker of their residence, namely Titus, and before they could arrive at the gate so that he could open the gate for them. When they arrived at the gate, the caretaker had not opened the gate, so they had to wait at the gate. There were bright fluorescent lights at the gate on either side facing the road. As they waited at the gate, she stated she saw a white car approach from behind them. The vehicle came and parked behind them, and 4 men came out of the car and approached them. One had a long firearm, The one who had the long firearm went to the passenger's side where she sat and pointed at her with the firearm. She was shaken when she saw the firearm, but she closed the door. The man with the firearm then went to the door and ordered her to go to the back seat. In Kiswahili language, Ruka Nyuma Madam, and she was able to see his face and eyes as it was well lit. There was bright light. She stated that the person who had the gun is the first accused person here. After she jumped to the back seat, she stated there was another man seated at the back seat on the left side, that when the doors were open, there were top lights on the roof of the car. The vehicle top lights, that is overhead lights of the car. She was able to see well the one she found on the seat, and that is the fourth accused person here. She stated that one of the four men, who is the second accused person, took over the car. On the back seat, she stated she sat with her sister, so she did not come into contact with the fourth accused, who sat behind the driver. And that in the back seat, she sat with her sister and two men who sat with them. The men demanded everything they had. She gave out her phone, make Huawei, and Kenya shillings 600, which was in her bag. She gave her phone to the man who was next to her, who is the fourth accused person. She stated that those men asked for their bags, which they searched and took the money. Those people covered that is victims' heads with hoods and then started driving. The car was being driven very fast, she stated, and those people kept on asking them if they had any money in their bank accounts, and they said that they did not have any. And when they said they had no money, the men ordered them to jump inside the boot, and while in the boot, those men covered them with boot mat and threw their bags, that is the victims' bags, at them, and covered their faces and bodies, she stated. She then felt the vehicle being driven on rough roads, and that went on for a long time, and she could hear them stopping at noisy places, and she also heard them talking about places like ABC Place, Sankara, K1, which she knew are hotels and clubs. She stated that those people could slow down, then drive on again as to suggest they were looking for someone else to attack. And at one point, she had them mentioning a VW car that they were chasing and how it avoided them. It reached a point where the vehicle was driven to a petrol station and fueled for Kenya shillings 500. Then the vehicle went on, driven on smooth road, and then the vehicle stopped. Then the driver jumped out, and after a few seconds, she heard gunshots, and then she heard the car being hit from the front on high impact, and then she heard the driver and others jump into the car again. Previously, she stated she had not heard when the others had gotten out, so she only heard them when they came back. When they came back in, as one was ordering the others, Ruka Nyuma. And then she had them quarreling each other, and then she asked the one behind, the co-driver saying, "Atawe chairman, mlango yako imekuwa imejam jana." And then the issue was settled. Still, they were inside the boot, and the vehicle was driven for a long time. And then she had one make a call and mention a place called Zambezi. She had a place called Zambezi along Nairobi Nakuru highway. And after some more driving, the car stopped. And one of the four men alighted, then the car drove off again, and again after some time stopped. And the boot was opened, and her sister and herself were ordered out of the boot. The car had stopped on tarmac road on the highway. There were bushes, so the one who ordered them to alight ordered them to follow a footpath that led to a home. So they ran into a compound where there were houses and the lights were off. There were no movements at the home. When they were on the footpath, she had those people bang the boot and then drove off. She remained in the compound seated behind one of the houses to wait for someone to wake up. And after a long wait, they saw a girl knock on a door. And when they called the girl, she moved back as she was scared and went back and informed her mother that there were strangers in the home. The mother then came out and called her two sons who came out. She stated that they explained to the sons what had happened to them, and then the sons directed them to where they could find police officers. Then on a second thought, those people invited them into the house and gave them tea and bread and jiko to warm themselves. She stated that they also requested for fare and phone to call relatives, and the ladies, he stated, directed them to Tigoni police station and gave them fare of Kenya shillings 200 to Tigoni police station. At Tigoni police station, she stated they reported the incident and they were notified that their car had been recovered, and they were referred to Kikuyu police station where they were given a police officer who took them to Kerwa AP camp where they found the vehicle. At the police post, they found the vehicle with dents on the front left side and also the back side, and it was released to them. On 15th of February 2015, which was a Sunday at about 5:43, let me read again. On 15th February 2015, which was on a Sunday, at about 4:53 p.m., she was at Central Police Station where she was requested to go for identification parades of suspects. She identified the parade form where she was listed as witness number 3, that is Exhibit 8, and the suspect was Eric Muyera Isabwa. The parade had 8 members, and she was able to identify the suspect in the parade. That when she saw him, she was able to identify him by his physical appearance, and she touched him on his left shoulder. And Eric, whom she identified, is the first accused person here, she stated. On the same day of 15th February 2015, she stated they proceeded to Kamukunji police station, where she attended another identification parade where the suspect was Rafael Kimani Gashi. The parade had 8 members, and she was able to identify Rafael Kimani Gashi by touching him, and that is the second accused person before the court, and she referred to the identification parade form in the course of her testimony. She further stated that she also attended another identification parade on the same day at Kamukunji police station at about 5:40 p.m. That the suspect was Stephen Asitiva Lipapo. The parade had 8 members, and she was able to identify the suspect by touching him, and she referred to the parade form in the course of her testimony. On cross-examination, she stated, on cross-examination by the first accused person, she stated that they reported the incident the following day because it took long from the time they were attacked to the time they were released, that she was not asked by the police if she was able to identify the robbers, that she was able to identify them, that the OB extract was a carjacking report by Irene Mudoni and Gladys Waithera, and that it confirms that her sister and herself reported to Tigoni police station that what was lost is not in the abstract of the full content which was reported, and that she saw well those who robbed them, and she gave their description as the one with the gun was in the green jacket with the physique of the first accused, and that it was the police who ought to have recorded that, and that she had not met the man she met at Central Police Station before the date of the incident, and that she identified first accused with big eyes, appearance and physique, and that it is not noted in the police file. On cross-examination by the second accused, she stated that at paragraph 2 of her statement, she wrote she lost her Huawei phone, money and laptop, that OB extract does not state what she lost, But all that she lost is in her statement, that the report states that they were being referred to another officer for full report, which they did. That at the gate there was bright light. She was able to identify the second accused, that she answered the questions that she was asked by the police officer, and that in the statement the description of the second accused is not stated. On cross-examination by the fourth accused person, she stated that she was robbed and identified the thieves, that even in the vehicle there was light. The incident was on the night of 6th and spilled over to 7th as it was past midnight, and that her statement says it was 7th February 2015, that the police did not ask her if she could identify him, that they were masked, that they had already been robbed, that she saw the fourth accused well as they approached, and even inside the vehicle before being robbed, that she was robbed while the robbers were already seated and having forced her to the back, that the robbers approached them as one of the robbers held a gun, and that she identified the fourth accused by appearance and hands that harassed her the whole night, and that the parade form shows she identified the fourth accused by touching. PW5, Griffin Kariuki and Mario testified that at the material time, he worked at Dagoretti Corner at a garage called the Tech Auto Garage on 6th of February 2025 at about 7 p.m. He was at his place of work when Irene Mudoni called him and told him that she wanted to bring her vehicle for repairs. Irene brought the vehicle registration number KBE 464L, make spatio beige in color, at about 7 p.m., accompanied by a sister by the name Gladys Vadera. After he told them that he could not work for the vehicle, they talked, and then the ladies left for home at about 10 p.m. And then she closed her work at around 7:30 p.m. and went home. When he reached home, he called them to know if they had reached home, and Irene told him that she would be home in 5 minutes. Then later, when he tried calling, their phones were off, and he did not try calling them again. The following day, about 6 p.m., while he was at his workplace, the two ladies took the vehicle to him, and he saw it had dents on the front left and rear left sides. The front bumper headlights and fog lights were broken. The rear bumper had also been knocked, and they told him that they had been attacked by thieves and robbed of the vehicle, and they had reported to police. He stated that Gladys asked him to repair the vehicle. He repaired the vehicle until 10th February 2025 when the flying squad summoned him, so he went to the offices, and then they went with him to the garage and took the vehicle. PW6 Alice Wangui Waweli testified that on 6th of February 2015, which was on a Saturday, she had gone to her farm and then went back to her house along Wandige Kikuyu Road and then went to sleep. Some minutes past midnight, she was asked by her neighbor, Patricia, who stays on the first floor, to check through the window. And when she checked through the window, she saw a vehicle exiting from their plot and joining the main road towards Kikuyu side. She only saw the rear light and not the registration number and did not understand why the neighbor wanted her to check on the vehicle. She then called her and she indicated to her that she had seen a vehicle belonging to their neighbor appear at the gate only to be followed by another vehicle from the back, and that men had come from the rear car and entered the lady's vehicle and drove off. and that the men had left their vehicle there. That the neighbor also told her that she suspected that the ladies who were their neighbors had been hijacked from the way the men entered their vehicle. She stated that she called an officer by the name Kosgei of Kikuyu Police Station using the mobile number he had given them at a baraza and told him what had happened and that the other vehicle was still at the gate. In less than 10 minutes, she stated, Officer Kosgei and other officers came and Kosgei called her out. The caretaker and herself pushed the gate open and she found Kosgei having come with another officer. Then they had a man knock from inside the boot of the abandoned vehicle and Kosgei opened for him. The man came out and stood by. She stated that she saw the vehicle very well and identified photographs of the same KBF 796A being the vehicle that had been abandoned and out of whose boot someone came out. The DCIO Kikuyu came and left with the men, and she had the man saying that he had been carjacked at Kangemi by 4 men, one of whom had a gun. She stated that she did not see well the vehicle which had driven off, that their neighbor later told them that it was their vehicle. The following morning at about 7 a.m. she sent a message to Inoro FM that the 2 ladies had been carjacked at midnight in their vehicle and she had the same being announced on radio. PW7 number 210234 SP William Kosgei testified that at the material time he was in charge of Kikuyu sub-county which covered Kino, Rudige, Karoi and Kikuyu divisions. His duties include ensuring security and attending public meetings. He gave his telephone contacts severally while at Kikuyu, and he further stated that on 6th of February 2015, at about midnight, a lady called Alice called him and told him that she had seen at their gate a white motor vehicle driven off, while another one was left at the gate with parking lights on. He then called and relayed the information to DCI, and then he proceeded to the scene together with the driver. He stated that he found a vehicle, KBF 796A Nissan Sunny, parked. He identified photographs of the said motor vehicle, and he stated he saw it well because the place was well lit. When he reached, he saw that the key was in the ignition. Then someone knocked at the boot, and he informed his driver that someone was knocking. At that time, he stated Alice had not come down. He opened the boot, the man came out, and then the DCIO arrived. Alice, who had been called to the scene, also came down. The vehicle stated was facing the gate, and the man from the boot introduced himself as Michael Ngatia and said that he had been carjacked at Kangemi while his wife was buying vegetables, and the wife did not know where he was. He stated that he handed over to DCI to investigate the case further. And the man told him that he had been carjacked by men with big guns and that he could not remember how many people had carjacked him, but he saw a big gun, which he could not say whether it was an AK-47 or a G3 rifle. He handed over the matter to DCIO, he stated. PW8, Veronica Mumbo Kinyandui testified that she stays in Limuru and that on 7th February 2015 at about 5 a.m. she was in her house when she sent her daughter, who was then in class 5, to go and call her brother. On the way to her brother, she had a lady calling her, so she went back to the house and told her that there was a lady outside next to the kitchen. She stated that the that she checked through the window but could not see anything. She decided to go out to see. She headed to where her son was and called him out so that she could see the lady who had been calling out her daughter. She stated that she saw there were two ladies. The ladies told her that they had been carjacked and abandoned at the gate with an order that they ran into the compound. And she told them that there was a police roadblock on the road and they could seek assistance there. When they left, she stated that children told her that she had not done a good thing as it was still dark and they could not know the way. So she followed them and called them back and gave them tea. The ladies had looked scared and were shaking out of cold. So after they finished taking tea, it was daylight. So she gave them a phone to call their relatives and then gave them Kenya shillings 200 for fare and directed them to go to Tigoni police station and escorted them to the bus stage where they could take matatu, that is public service vehicle, to Tigoni. She stated that the ladies had been robbed of everything. PW9, Ronald Nyangeresi CMO testified that he sells newspapers along Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue at Nyayo House roundabout. He begins his work from about 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. when newspapers come out. On the night of 7 February 2015 at around 2:40 a.m., he was at his place of work. There were lights, bright street lights at the roundabout. Honorable Muchai came in his vehicle from the side of Nairobi University as he headed towards town. The vehicle had 4 people inside, he stated. The vehicle stopped on the left side as one faces town direction. Honorable Muchai called him the moment the vehicle stopped, and when he went to him, he saw he was the one because he knew him and he had sold to him newspapers for 7 to 8 years. Honorable Muchai was seated on the left with someone, and on the front there was the driver and a passenger. Honorable Muchai called him out by his name the way he used to do and asked him if he had all the 4 newspapers: Nation, Standard, Star, and Nairobian, as he used to buy all the 4 newspapers. As he was giving him the last newspaper, which was Nairobian, and before he could be paid, a white motor vehicle came from his back and stopped in front of Muchai's vehicle. One man came out of the car, from the driver's car, carrying a gun. The man had put on a mask on his face, and he could only see the man's eyes and mouth, and could not see his face. He stated that the gun resembled the one that was before the court, that is Exhibit 3. The man, he stated, immediately started firing his gun. First shot at Honorable Muchai's driver. He stated that he had about 8 gunshots. All the newspapers he had on his hand fell down. He fell down and his teeth came off, and he started running, leaving the newspapers. Upon getting home, he stated he decided to go to hospital. While on his way to hospital at around 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., he got information that Honorable Muchai, the MP for Kabete, had been killed at Uhuru Highway roundabout, and he trembled without telling anyone. He went to the scene after 2 weeks after he felt well. He stated that the white vehicle had black windows, so he was unable to see how many people were inside it. He stated that he later learned that the MP and his 3 bodyguards had been shot dead. He later on went and wrote a statement with the police and stated that he did not identify the attackers. PW10, Alice Pangui Gigi, testified that she does business and also lets out houses, and that she has rental houses in Rironi in Limuru called Arijuana Enterprises, which she had had for more than 10 years. In June 2014, a tenant called Karanja went to her and sought to rent her house. So he let the house to him. She stated that the man called Karanja went to her and rented the house. She stated that the man called Karanja, who went to her and rented the house, is the second accused person hearing, that he rented room number 18 in that flat, and the monthly rent was Kenya shillings 7,000 that he was paying rent. She identified a bundle of 8 rent payment receipts, that is Exhibit 10A, for dates from 11th June 2014 to 2nd of February 2015, and a bundle of 8 water payment receipts for the same room, number 18, that is Exhibit 10B. On 13th of February 2015, she stated she went to see her father at St. Mary's in Gilgil when her sister named Hannah called and told her that police wanted to break into the house. She gave a go-ahead for the police to just break into the house, and then her sister called her again and told her that before the police could break the door, Karanja had been inside the house, opened for them and was arrested. Later on, the police went to her shop in Rironi and asked her to record a statement on how she leased the house to Karanja. She stated that she knew Karanja's full names when his mother went to her, and she had earlier on asked him for his identity card, and that in the receipts she was just writing the name Karanja, that his real names are Raphael Kimani Gashi, that she was not present when he was arrested, and she does not know if the police recovered anything from him. PW11, Grace Njoki, testified that she lives at a place called 87 in Udhiru, and that in November 2014, a lady went asking for a house at her father's plot. Her father's name was Simon Jau Kamau, and the lady who went asking for the house is the 6th accused person here. The lady, she stated, did not identify herself to her other than saying that she was Mama Kimberly. She gave to her the house, and the following morning, the lady gave to her the agreed rent of Kenya shillings 3,000, which she handed over to her father. She was also living in the same plot, but was not the lady's neighbor. The lady was living in the house with her 3 children and was paying rent with difficulties though. I want everyone seated, even if you're a journalist. Madam, please find a place. On 13th of February 2015, at about 2 p.m., she was at her sister's place at 87 View, and then she came back to the plot in the evening. She had residents in the plot saying that Mama Kimberly had been arrested by police officers and found that there were only children in the house. And the following day, the children's grandmother went to stay with the children, and that Mama Kimberly had stayed in that house for 4 months. PW12, Simon Jogu Ngoma, testified that he is a retired mason, lives in Kiuru in Dagoretti in Udhiru, and that he owns residential houses which he rents out. In November 2014, he stated the 6th accused person rented his house. It was his daughter-in-law, known as Mama Shiro, who allowed her into the house, and she was paying rent of Kenya shillings 3,000, which she used to pay to Mama Shiro. On 13th of February 2015, she was from Kware at a place called Shauriako, Muthika, heading home with stones in a motor vehicle. On reaching home, before the stones could be dropped, people who had parked vehicles beside the road next to his home came out of the vehicles. he saw police officers heading to his home, and when he went close to receive them, they ordered him to move away. So he ran away and stood at a distance to watch. And when he decided to come back, he had people struggling at the house of the sixth accused person. He stood aside out of fear. Then he saw police officers leave and enter their vehicle. After they left, he stated he went and checked the house of the sixth accused and found only 3 children. About 4 days later, 2 police officers went to his house and asked him to write his statement. PW13 Stephen Nokia testified that he stays at Kasarani, operates an entity called Grand Care Agencies. On 16th of May 2011, one Geoffrey Karanja called him and told him to meet him at Ruiru toll station. And when he went there, they talked, and Karanja gave him work of being a caretaker of his houses. So he was managing and letting out Karanja's property, 20 single rooms and 12 double rooms. The houses were about 20 meters from the road next to toll station, and there was a tenancy agreement which each tenant could break through and sign before being let into the house. He referred to the tenancy agreement in the course of his testimony, and he stated that one Stephen Asitiva went and was shown a house and liked the house, and so he gave him a tenancy agreement which he read and signed, and that the latter gave him names of Stephen Asitiva, ID 22912121, PO Box 39 Bunyore, telephone 0727585807. Stephen paid rent of Kenya shillings 2,300 and deposit of the same amount, and was issued with deposit receipt number 23457 and receipt number 23458 for rent, and he referred to receipts for August, September and October. The receipts were exhibits 11A and B. He stated that Asitiva remained in the house and did not give notice that he was relocating, and he used to send money to Geoffrey Mwaura, and that he never used to see him in the house, but he never bothered, as he thought it was because of his work. Then on 12th of February 2015, Geoffrey Mwaura called him during the day and told him that the police had come and arrested the tenant at room 15. Then on 30th of March 2015, he received a call from police station where he recorded his statement before Corporal Moses. He further stated that he was not able to identify Stephen Asitiva in court, as he saw him once for about 5 minutes, and he was in a cape, and many times Asitiva used to send money to Geoffrey directly, and that he did not know any of the accused persons. PW14 Oscar Nyenje Shisila testified that at the material time he lived at a place called Kawangwari. On 8th February 2015, at about 10 a.m. on a Sunday, he left home in Kawangwari and went to Kangemi and met Stephen Kuria, who was his friend with whom he used to stay in one plot. He asked Kuria to lend him Kenya shillings 200 and told him to give him some security to hold like a phone, and also told him he would have to refund the Kenya shillings 200 with interest. So he gave out his phone, make Alcatel, which had a SIM card for a U line. It had IMEI number 3577699039196976. That is SB12. And U SIM card at serial number 89254 05000126729845 to be 12 day. After handing over his phone, courier, he proceeded home. On the same day, he stated it was a Sunday, his cousin by the name Josephat Shoshe went to his house, and he, that is PW14, asked him for Kenya shillings 300, which he gave to him. Then at about 6:30 p.m., he crossed to Kangemi and gave to Stephen Courier Kenya shillings 250, and Courier gave back to him his mobile phone. He stated that the phone was off and that he had given it to Courier when it was on, and the phone still had the U SIM card. After getting his phone back, he went back to his house. On 11th of February 2015, on a Wednesday, he arrived home at about 5:30 p.m. with his wife, Scholastica, and after he was served tea, two men suddenly entered the house and introduced themselves as agents who were looking for workmen and asked him what he could do, and he said he could do any job. His cousin said driver's job, while his wife said housemaid's job. Those people then asked if he had a phone, and he responded in the affirmative. Those people asked for his number, and he gave to them his number. And those people then called that number, and it rang from inside the compound, the carport. Those people also asked his phone for a phone number, which she gave to them, and the people called the number and asked for it. His wife gave to those people an Alcatel phone. His cousin also gave to them his Nokia phone. And then those people showed to him the identity cards and told him that they were CID officers. And also informed him that on 8th of February 2015 at about 11 a.m. his line had been used in a Huawei phone, and he told those people that he was not aware and that he had given his phone to Stephen Courier. He further stated that since his cousin knew Courier, they gave to Courier Kenya shillings 200 to go and confirm if Stephen Courier was in his house and buy airtime credit and call them back to confirm. He remained behind with Kim, he stated, and then his cousin called and said that Courier was not in, so he was taken towards Courier's house, and along the way, they met Courier, who had come from this plot, and then he pointed Courier to the police, and the police then arrested Courier. Both of them, he stated, were taken to Milimani police station, where he recorded his statement at around 8 p.m. And the police told him that they were looking for a phone where his line had been used. He was later taken to Pangani police station, where he stayed for 4 days, and then he was taken to Central Police Station, where he stayed for 2 days, and then he was released. He stated that he had personally not used his SIM card in any other phone. And they produced the Alcatel phone and the SIM card in the course of his testimony, that is exhibit 12 and 12A, and stated that the SIM card did not have a PIN. PW15, Stephen Courier Maina, testified that he is a volunteer teacher staying at Kangemi at the material time. On 8th February 2015, he stated he was at a field in Kangemi when Oscar that is changeover from generator to main line. If main line goes off again, the same thing will happen, so just be prepared. PW 15, Stephen Maina testified that he is a volunteer teacher staying at Kangemi at the material time. He was at a field in Kangemi when Oscar Iganje, his friend, went to him and asked him for Kenya shillings 200. He asked Oscar to deposit a guarantee and later to give him back the money in profit. So he asked for Oscar's phone as guarantee. Make Alcatel. The phone was on when Oscar gave it to him. He did not check at that time whether it had a SIM card, but he only saw that it was using a U network. Then at about noon, he met Simon Wambugu, the 7th accused person, whom he had known since childhood. And Wambugu asked him to accompany him to his house for lunch. Wambugu lived in Kangemi. When they reached Wambugu's house, Wambugu gave to him a key so that he could go ahead of him, as Wambugu needed to pass by his grandmother nearby. He opened the door and found a phone being charged. It was a Huawei phone. It was a big phone, and out of curiosity, he held the phone and saw that it did not have a SIM card. He stated that since he did not have his Huawei phone, he removed the U SIM card from Oscar's phone and placed in it the phone he had found charging. And he stated that after the phone turned on, even before he could use it, Simon entered and told him to leave the phone alone to charge, and that the phone was not his, and the owner could bring problems if it was used. He stated that the U SIM card remained in the phone for about 15 minutes. Simon then told him that he did not have anything for lunch, and so he left and proceeded home. He further stated that when he returned, the U line in Oscar's phone, it remained off, and that he remained with the phone till Oscar came and gave him Kenya shillings 250 at about 3 p.m. and then he gave the phone back to Oscar. At that time, the phone was off. Then on 11th of February 2015, at about 1 p.m. while he was at home, he saw 3 police vehicles come. The vehicles had private number plates. Then men came out and he saw them take away Simon. Then later the same day at about 7 p.m., 2 police officers came with Oscar and arrested him. He was taken to Milimani police station and transferred to Pangani police station, then taken to Central police station where he was released. He came to know the reason for his arrest 2 days after he had been arrested, that it was because of the phone he had found in Simon's house, and that he later read in the newspapers that the phone had been connected to the death of the late Mr. Muchai. He identified his Huawei Y100, that is Exhibit 13, in the course of his testimony, and stated that its IMEI number is 86288601002644, and also identifies Safaricom SIM card in the phone 0702-812-483, and produced the same as 6 years. He further stated that not all houses in Kangemi have electricity, and that he knew some of his neighbors who also used to charge their phones there. PW 16, Joseph Bishuki testified that at the material time he was working with flying squad. They are about 30% done. He was working with flying squad in Nairobi area. On 15th February 2015 at about 5 p.m. At around 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. he was at Kampuni police station, where he conducted 2 identification parades after being requested by the investigating officer, namely Chief Inspector Kennedy Njoroge Buso. He stated that there were 2 suspects to be identified, namely Rafael Kimani Oshio and Stephen Astiva Lipapo. Both suspects were in the cells at Kamukunji Police Station, and he stated there were 3 witnesses, namely Michael Ngatia Katitu, Gladys Waithera, and Irene Mudoni Omboi, whom he stated were PW1, PW3, and PW4 hearing, respectively. He placed the witnesses in a room on the first floor at the police station. The suspects were in a cell on the ground floor. He got members of the parade from other suspects in the cells who looked like those to be identified in appearance and height. There were 8 members of the parade, which, including the accused persons, were 9. He stated that he arranged them in a room enclosure between the report office and the cells where he conducted the parades. He stated that he started with the parade for Raphael Kimani, she at 5:30 p.m. to 5:40 p.m. He called the witnesses one by one, and they were brought into the room by an officer at the report office, and that was after the suspect agreed for the parade to be conducted as he signed an acceptance. He stated that all the 3 witnesses, after being called to the parade, identified the suspect by touching him by hand, and he asked the suspect whether he was satisfied with the parade, and he was satisfied and signed the parade form. He stated that after the parade, by each witness was accommodating each witness in a room on the ground floor, so none met the other after coming from the parade. He then conducted the parade for Stephen Astiva Popo. Members of the parade were 8 and were from cells with the suspect and looked like him and were his size. He asked the suspect if he would accept to have the parades conducted, and he accepted and said he did not have advocate or friend to be present. He stated that the witnesses were Michael Ngatia Katitu, Gladys Waithera, and Irene Mudoni Omboi, and they were in a room on the ground floor. There were 8 members of the parade. The parade started from 5:40 p.m. to 5:55 p.m. He stated that the first witness, namely Michael Ngatia Katitu, was not able to identify the suspect, and at that time the suspect was between numbers 5 and 6. That Gladys Waithera was able to identify the suspect by touching, as he was standing between numbers 5 and 6. Irene Mudoni also identified the suspect by touching, as he was standing between numbers 4 and 5. After the parades, he stated the witnesses would go to 5, and so they did not meet. He asked the suspect if he was satisfied, and he accepted and signed the parade form to show that he was satisfied. In the first parade, he stated for Raphael Kimani Gati, when Michael Ngatia came to identify him, he was between numbers 4 and 5. Gladys Mudoni identified him when he was standing between numbers 5 and 6. And the third witness identified him while he was standing between numbers 2 and 3 in the parade. He stated that the names of the members of the parades were stated in the forms that he recorded at the station. On 16th February 2015 at 9 a.m. that there were 3 witnesses. Each parade had 8 members, excluding the suspects who is not considered to be member of the parade. He did not know how long the second accused had been at the police cells, and that he did not give the second accused person clothes, but he actually changed clothes after being given an opportunity to do so, that he made available people of similar age, appearance, and height from cells, as there were many people in the cells. He signed the form and handed over to Chief Inspector Njoroge, who did not attend the parade, and he produced the parade form as prosecution exhibits 1 and 6 respectively. And he further stated that members of the parade were similar in appearance and height to the suspects and were from the cells. He stated that he dealt with the accused persons numbers 2 and 4 only, They used a total of 16 people to conduct the 2 parades. He further stated that the second accused person did not have any injury at the time of the parade and he did not see any injury. PW 17, Alex Mudindi Mwandawiro testified that is attached to forensic ballistic laboratory at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations headquarters with 4 years experience at the material time. His work entails examination of firearms, ammunition, and their component parts. He stated that he prepared a report dated 19 February 2015 on exhibits which were brought to the lab for examination by number 52167, Sergeant John Wahome, marked exhibits marked A1 to A5 being expended cartridges, exhibit marked B being fired bullets, exhibit marked C1 being pistol, serial number 5567, while C2 being a magazine, exhibit B1 to B14 being rounds of ammunition. Subsequently, on the laboratory received exhibits from number 77019 Corporal Moses 14. Marked A was rifle, serial number obliterated. Marked E was a magazine. F, bolt assembly, which is in the rifle strip. Marked G was a pistol, serial number obliterated. G was a magazine for pistols. H1 to H7 was 7 rounds of ammunition. H8 to H24 rounds of ammunition. Marked number 1 was magazine, and marked 3L ballistic fragments. He stated that he examined the said exhibits and gave detailed explanation of how he conducted his examinations and prepared a report which he produced in evidence. And he made a reference to the contents of his report in the course of his testimony. PW 18, number 231338, Superintendent Jeremiah Musyoki testified that at the material time he was stationed at Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Kikuyu. On 7th February 2015, he was on night patrol with his fellow officers in Kikuyu, Muguga, Kambuga location. A few minutes after midnight, he received a report from one George Ndegwa Kariuki, a resident of Kamuguga, that there were thugs in the home of Nicholas Gitao, who is his brother. He stated that Nicholas had sounded an alarm, and his 2 sons, namely Philip Mungai and George Kariuki, went to their father's rescue, and they were also attacked by the gangsters, and they had been cut on their heads and rushed to Tigoni. He stated that he was also informed that they had been robbed of their mobile phone, bank item valued at Kenya shillings 6,000, and detail. While he was pursuing the robbers, he stated he received a call from administration police officer, namely Wilson Kosgei, SP, that he had received a call from a lady from Muturi's near Wangigi Market that was Kandi Flats. 2 ladies had been carjacked. He proceeded to Muturi's area where he found the administration police commandant, namely Kosgei, in the company of one Michael Ngatia and a motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A Nissan Sunny. Mr. Kosgei narrated to them how he found a person in the boot and he stated that he interviewed Michael, who had been in the boot, that Michael told them that he was robbed of Kenya shillings 100 and slapped by thugs, and the thugs told him to be carrying money, and that he was carjacked at Kangemi at around 10 p.m. where he had dropped his wife in a kiosk, that 4 people approached him, and that thugs were armed with big guns. He stated that he took the victim to Kikuyu police station where the victim reported the matter, after which he referred the victim to Kabete police station for further investigations. He further stated that in the first scene of crime, he was not told how many thugs were involved, and that they fled on foot, and it was about 5 kilometers from the second scene. That when he met Michael, he had already been rescued from the boot, that Michael had been carjacked in Kangemi, and he found him in Wangige in Karu sub-location, some 20 kilometers away. He identified photos of the motor vehicle in question and stated that he was not involved in investigations or recovery. PW19, Inspector Jackson Zhao testified that at the material time he was attached at Central Division CID. On 15th of February 2015, he was at the station when he was summoned by Deputy DCIO named Central Kennedy Njoroge, who informed him that he was investigating a case of robbery with violence and wanted to conduct an identification parade. The case involved a member of parliament, namely Honorable Muchai for Kabete, who had been shot dead. At around 4:15 p.m., suspect was brought in and booked in cells. He prepared parade procedures. 8 members. He was also made aware that there were 3 witnesses ready to identify suspects. He stated that he saw the suspects and spoke with them. 2 of them were to take part in the parade. He called the first suspect, Mustafa Kimani, and narrated to him the purpose of conducting the identification parade and the offense involved. And he also informed him of his constitutional right on the conduct of the parade and asked him whether he wished to attend the parade, and he responded that he had no objection and signed accordingly in the parade form. And also informed him that he had a right to have a friend or a solicitor to be present during the parade. Having obtained consent of the suspect, he stated he sent for the first witness, who was accommodated in office number 2 at the police station, Michael Gatuto, whom he understood was a taxi driver, and he took him through the procedures of an identification parade and told him that he will meet members of a parade where probably the suspect could be or could not be, and that he would have the opportunity to identify the person physically, or from walking or speech or through any other means he found appropriate. And according to the witness, would identify the suspects if they uttered certain words that he heard them utter during the robbery in Kiswahili, fungua gari, ruka nyuma. He stated that he took the witness through the parades, with the members uttering the words, and the witness was unable to identify any of the members of the parade as a suspect. He stated that the suspect stood between the 5th and the 6th parade members. After the parade, he asked the suspect if he was satisfied with the conduct of the parade, and he said he was satisfied. He then prepared the second witness and took the witness through the same process. And the second witness was Gladys Waidera, who indicated to him that the thugs had uttered the words Rudi Dani after they had hijacked the vehicle and had ordered them to get out of the vehicle. He took her through the parade, and suspects uttered the words Rudi Dani twice, after which the witness said she could identify the voice and physical appearance of the person who uttered the words, who was between 5th and 6th members of the parade. He inquired from the suspect whether he was satisfied with the parade procedures, and the suspect said he was contented and signed the parade form. He stated that the suspect is the 3rd accused person hearing, and that he completed a certificate, signed it accordingly, and he produced the identification parade form as exhibit number 5. On the same day of 15th February 2015, he stated he conducted another identification parade in the same case. The suspect was Eric Muyera Isabwa, whom he took through the parade process, explained to him his rights, and had no objection to the parade, and signed the parade form after getting his acceptance. He called the 3rd witness, namely Irene Mudhoni Wambui, whom he also explained the purpose of the parade. The suspect stood between the 4th and 5th members of the parade, and the witness identified the suspect with physical appearance and touched him on the left shoulder. And upon being identified, the suspect was not satisfied, and so he indicated the same on the parade, and he stated that the suspect said the witness had probably known his position. He then told the suspect to change his position, but he maintained the same position. He stated that the said suspect is the 1st accused person, and he produced the identification parade as prosecution exhibit 8, parade form. PW20 we are 40% done. PW20 XY testified on the 6th of February 2015. He was on duty as a taxi operator at about 3:30 a.m. to 4 a.m., which was already 7th of February 2015. He was on duty as a taxi operator at about 3:30 a.m. Sorry, let me read that again. PW20 XY testified that on 6th February 2015, he was on duty as a taxi operator at about 3:30 a.m. to 4 p.m., which was already 7th February 2015. While he was waiting for clients, he got a call from a client known by the name Musti. The client had asked him where he was, and the client got to where he was after about 5 minutes, and told him that a friend of his was stuck somewhere without means of transport, so they should go and rescue him, that is the friend, at Kikuyu area. Together with Musti, they used the highway into Limuru, and after 1.5 kilometers, Musti took out a pistol from below his belly and cocked it, and then kept it again. He stated that he asked Musti if there was a problem, and Musti told him that there was a small problem of which he should not worry, and then told him to drive a little faster. As they traveled on, Musti was on the phone asking the person he was talking to where that is the person, was. At Gitaru area, he stated Musti's phone went off due to lack of charge, and then Musti asked him for his phone so as to call the one whom they were going to rescue. So he asked him for his phone to call the one whom they were going to rescue, and he gave his phone to Musti. Before getting into Kikuyu town, Musti told the person not to come to Kikuyu but to go as he headed to Limuru. Then as they approached Zambezi area, that person told him to go slowly as he would find him on the roadside. Then they went and found the person on the roadside. Then when they reached where the person was, he stopped and opened the door for the person, and then the person entered the car and sat on the left side of the car. At that time, he could not tell how the person looked like, as he could only see the person's eyes and the mouth in the muffin the person was wearing. He stated that the person put on that way because it was cold that side, and he stated he thought the mission was over. The person they picked said he was not the only one, and that there was someone ahead who was also stuck. That person then ordered him to turn round and branch into a rough road and not to take a U-turn. After getting into the rough road, he stated he expressed to them the need for them to refuel, and that he could not go far. The person then told him to go back to petrol station, which they had passed behind. The person told him to first stop for him to come to the front, as Musti went to the back. When they got to the petrol station, he stated they found a watchman. The person gave to the watchman Kenya shillings 50 so as to call somebody to fuel for them the car, and the person asked him if he could refund the money. The person asked him if he had the money. He indicated to the person that he had 500 shillings, and the person told him to use that to fuel the car and that he would refund to him the money. After they refueled the car, he stated they went along the rough road until the end, and the person who was then seated on the front seat kept on talking on phone and asked the person who was talking with on phone if the person had put things in order, whether he had hidden everything well and also cleared well, and he did not understand what it is he was asking about. After that, they started going uphill on a rough road, and then the person called those people and told them to come to the road because they were approaching where they were. Then they picked two gentlemen who opened the back seat and who opened the door to the back seat and got into the motor vehicle. Those two gentlemen had two bags. One of which was black, and a black one that looked like a briefcase, and another one looked like a golf bag. And as they entered the car, the golf sports bag had a round metal protruding from it. He identified one of the bags, which he stated he saw on the material day in the course of his testimony. After those people entered into the motor vehicle, the one who sat in the front told him to drive the vehicle at a high speed, and because he was on rough road, he was only able to comply with that directive once they joined the highway from Limuru to Nairobi. After they proceeded on, he stated, as those people were conversing, one of them used a slang language and said that they had done work which earned them nothing. When they reached a place called 87 Kino, he was asked to make a U-turn and go back to Kino. And then the one who was at the back of the car said, quotes, so that bodyguard was from where? Did anyone survive? End of quotes. But he did not understand what the person meant, so he continued driving. Before reaching Kino, he was told to branch into a rough road known as Kiu Road, and he complied, and before sliding down, he was told to go to the left, still on a rough road, and after a short drive, he was told to stop. After he stopped, the person got out of the car, went to the back, and took out the sports bag, and then one of them told him to move ahead and then make a turn in front. After the one who was still seated in the front alighted, the two who were at the back remained in the car, so there were three of them. Upon turning and getting to where the one who had alighted was, he was asked to stop and switch off lights. At that time, it was still dark. Shortly after, the person who had gotten off from the vehicle with the sports bag came back and boarded the vehicle, having changed from entirely black attire he was wearing to a white sports jacket and a dark colored material trouser. Before igniting the car, he stated the person addressed everyone who was in the car, saying that whatever was seen in the car should end in the vehicle. and that if he had anything coming from any person, he would not take time to finish such a person. Then the person told him to go to Kangemi side, but not at a high speed, and he complied. And at that time, there were still 5 inside the motor vehicle. He got with the vehicle, went to Kangemi general direction, to Mountain View at a place called Kinati, where the person who was at the front seat told him to stop. Then the person alighted from the vehicle, and the one who was at the back also alighted. Then he stated, Musti told him to take him to Kangemi at a place known as Dallas, and he took him there together with the one who had remained at the back seat. Then Musti alighted with a briefcase, asked him of his charges, and told him that he would send him money on phone. By then it was 5 a.m. He did not wait for anything, he stated, and he took the vehicle to where he normally would be stationed to wait for customers. Then when he wanted to go to car wash, he checked the vehicle to see if there was anything left inside by a customer, and he found an L-shaped metal, that is exhibit 19, which was smelling bad beneath the front seat. He stated that he used tissue to hold it and kept it in the vehicle for the customer who had forgotten it. There was a colleague of his who used the vehicle during the day, so he left Kangemi to go to his residence, having left the L-shaped metal in the vehicle. He boarded a matatu to town, and upon reaching Uhuru Park, he met a colleague of his. When he asked his colleague why there was traffic jam, the colleague told him that there had been a shootout and people were killed, and then by then it was around 6 a.m. He went to stage, took another vehicle, and proceeded to his house along Thika Road. Then Musti sent him Kenya shillings 500, and that is when he got to know he was called Mustafa. Mustafa then called him to ask if he received the money, and then he told him that he received Kenya shillings 500, but asked for amount for work done, which was Kenya shillings 2,000. He had given them 500, and those people owed him 1,500. Musti told him that he would send him money later once he gets the money. He watched news and saw that Muchai and his bodyguard had been killed. He slept, and the following day, Musti called him and asked him if he had gotten a small metal in the vehicle, and he told him that he got one and kept it in the vehicle. And Musti told him to keep it for him, and that he would come for it in the evening that day on 7th of February. Musti wanted the metal, he stated, on Sunday, 5th of February, and Musti, and he told him to wait until Monday because the vehicle does not work on Sundays. He further stated that on Monday he went to work, but he was troubled thinking of what the people he carried might have done, because he had one of them talk of bodyguards. On Monday he went to work, but he did not manage to work. He took the metal and went home with it because he felt suspicious. Because the metal, he felt suspicious about the metal. So he called a police officer friend of his, met the officer, showed him the metal, and the officer informed him that that metal was part of a gun, and asked him how he got it in the first place. Took him to the police station where he recorded a statement at Milimani police station on how he got the metal. The officers told him to leave it with them to investigate how it got to the car he drove. So he switched off his phone because he knew Mustafa would call him to ask for it, yet he did not have it. He stated that he lost touch with Mustafa and did not meet him again. Of the people he carried, he stated he was a bit tense, so he was not able to identify any of them apart from Musti, whom he stated is the third accused person hearing. And he further stated on cross-examination that he had carried other people prior to Musti, that he had not checked if they left anything in the car, that he would not tell which client left the metal in the car, and that he handed over the metal to the police. when he handed over the metal to the police, it was not recorded in the carriage. PW21, Philbert Lewa, testified that he's a fingerprint expert, a fingerprint officer, based at Registrar of Persons. He produced identification reports in respect of the accused person's hearing in the course of his testimony, and he gave details including identity cards to which the reports relate and made reference to the same in the course of his testimony. That is Exhibit 21, A to D, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51. PW2, Sergeant Isaac San, testified that in the year 2015 he was attached to Flying Squad headquarters in Nairobi on operation duties. On 7 February 2015, sorry, the gentleman in the beige top, kuna shida gani? Wewe kuna shida gani? Oh, hiyo ni yako?
Yes.
Oh, sawa. PW22, Sergeant Isaac San, testified that in the year 2015 he was attached to Flying Squad headquarters in Nairobi on operation duties. On 7th February 2015, he was called by his in charge, namely Saidi Kiprotich, at around 9 a.m. and assigned him and his team a case of robbery with violence. On that day, there was a robbery in which the late Honorable Muchai, who was then the Member of Parliament for Kabete, and his bodyguards were shot dead along Kenyatta Avenue near Nyayo House. They were assigned the duty to look for those suspects who had committed the offense. On 13th February 2015, he got information that some suspects had rented a house at a place called Toll between Ruiru and Kiambu County. On that day, they were in 3 teams. One was led by Chief Inspector of Police, Gisheru, another by Sergeant Malaya, and the third by himself. Upon getting the information, they proceeded to the house and managed to apprehend 4 suspects, namely Stephen Lipapu, alias Chukore, Mustafa Kimani Anyoni, Margaret Njeri, and Jane Mwende. They first arrested Stephen and Mustafa within Toll area. The two led them to the house which they rented, where they found 2 ladies in the house and arrested them. They interrogated all the 4 suspects, namely Stephen Lipapu, led them to one suspect by the name Rafael Kimani Gashi in the Rironi area in Kiambu County. After putting all the 4 of them in their police car, they found Rafael Kimani in the house and arrested him, searched the house, and found Seska pistol, Exhibit 22, with a magazine, 22B, containing 15 and 9mm rounds of ammunition, 22C, a pair of number plates, registration number KBJ 437Z, Exhibit 25, A and B, a hacksaw, black and white, made in China with passport number A197497, his identity card, and number 219519, identity card number for Rafael Gashi, and identity card number 2195919 for Eric. The serial number for the pistol is stated was erased, and is stated that the cover page at the back of the passport, there is a photo of Rafael Kimani, whom he stated is the second accused person here. Further stated that of the 2 identity cards, number 2404089 belongs to Eric Miera, Isabwa, whom he testified is the first accused hearing, and bear his picture, and the other ID card, number 2195919, was for Rafael Kimani Gashi and belongs to the person resembling the second accused person Nyeri. They made an inventory which day the police officers signed. The suspect and the chief also signed. He also identified a hacksaw with which he stated they recovered in his testimony. He stated that the landlord, namely Simon Gigi Kariuki, also signed. Corporal Vincent Mwao, PC Benson Chebor, and PC Omar and himself signed. Raphael Kimani signed and put his identity card number and stated. He stated that they then moved to Kino area to join the team led by Sergeant Singila at a place called 87, where the team had recovered G3 rifle and some suspects, and serial number of the G3 rifle had been erased. It was full rifle loaded with a magazine, and Chief Inspector Joroge told him that it was recovered from Eric Muyera. He escorted them and put them in different police stations for the offense of robbery and violence, and he stated that he was not able to identify the two ladies who were arrested because there were many officers who arrested them. PW23 Administration Police Sergeant Severio Mugo testified that at the material time he was stationed at Nyayo House on guard duties on 6th February 2015. He reported on duty at Nyayo House at 6 p.m. with his colleague, namely APC John Karanja, APC Francis Nderico, and APC Peter Nduma. And they worked well until 7th February 2015 at 3 a.m. when he heard gunshots around the Uhuru Highway and Kenyatta roundabout. There was about 2 minutes of gunshot exchange, he stated, and he alerted his colleagues that they had to try and find out what was happening. So APC John Karanja and Francis Nderico went ahead as he gave them cover, and APC Peter Nduma remained to guard Nyayo House. He stated that they headed to the roundabout to establish the source of the gunshots, and on arrival they found a motor vehicle registration number KBF 357D Toyota Surf SUV vehicle, which was stationary with its lights on. Another saloon car was behind it and had also been stopped. He did not observe the registration number of the saloon car. The KBF 357D had 4 people inside it, and he stated blood was on every side that he checked. Some watchmen came around, and they, the police officers, prevented them from touching the vehicle. When he saw the 4 people inside that vehicle, he took less interest in the saloon vehicle because he was concerned with the KBF vehicle. He then called his senior, namely Chief Inspector Ndirangu, who sent police, who were followed closely by General Service Unit, GSU officers. He stated that he told APC Karanja and Nderico to wait on the others as he went back to his colleagues at Nyayo House, his colleague at Nyayo House, namely Peter Ndirangu, who had remained alone. He observed that the 4 people who were in the KBF vehicle, which had blood splashed over windows, were all dead. At that time, he did not know them. Later, he learned that Honorable George Muchai, his driver, and his 2 bodyguards were the ones killed in that gun shootout. He did not see anything else beside the 2 vehicles. He recorded a statement at Central Police Station on 9th February 2015. He did not see the people who were shooting or firing guns, neither did he see any of the accused persons hearing at the scene, he stated. PW24 and number 244 216 APC Francis Ndiliku testified that at the material time he was stationed at Nyayo House where he performed guard duties. And on 6th February 2015 at 6 p.m. he was on duty with his colleagues, that is his colleague, PW23, who was in charge, Peter Ndungu and John Karanja. In the course of work at around 3 a.m. he heard gunshots emerging from Uhuru Highway. Then he stated PW23 sent him to check with Corporal Karanja, and they went towards Uhuru Highway roundabout, where they found a stationary vehicle stopped along Kenyatta Avenue, a big vehicle make 40. On getting close to the vehicle, he saw holes on the right front, rear, right door, and at the back. The holes, he stated, were caused by bullets. In front, there was someone lying on the steering wheel. The right hand was holding the steering wheel, and the left hand holding a handbrake, and the person did not look alive. The rear windows were closed, but when he checked, he saw there were people inside and did not see how many people they were. The driver's window was rolled down a bit. He did not see the person on the passenger's seat beside the driver. Then, he stated, a group of youth started approaching and they prevented them from getting nearby. The motor vehicle, he stated, was registration number KBF 357D. As they tried to prevent the young men, a Mercedes-Benz came and someone alighted from it and checked the front side of the vehicle, then went back and parked the Mercedes vehicle well. Later, he stated, another Mercedes-Benz came behind the vehicle where a lady and a girl came out. The lady shouted, "You have killed my husband." The girl also shouted, "You have killed my dad." The man who had first alighted from the Mercedes-Benz went and comforted the lady. Then a newspaper vendor came and started asking who had killed Mheshimiwa and asked them to call any ambulance. Then two policemen came by on foot and asked him and his colleagues what had happened. Then a vehicle with GSU officers in it arrived, and the officer who was in charge of GSU took control of the scene. So, PW4 stated, he stepped aside and stayed there at the scene until 6 a.m. on 7th February 2015. Then the four bodies were removed from the vehicle, and then him and Corporal Kimani decided to go back to their place of work. He stated on cross-examination that he had 5 gunshots and waited a little before responding to the gunshots as per the police standing orders, and that when they arrived at the scene, they found KBF vehicle, and there was no other vehicle near it until the 2 Mercedes vehicles came. He did not see the person shooting. He did not see the registration numbers of the Mercedes vehicles, and he did not participate in investigating the case. That as the first ones to arrive, they looked at the vehicle from a distance of about 5 meters, and then their colleague joined them after about 10 minutes. The car was in the middle of the road, he stated, and from that distance, the driver's hand, he could see the driver's hand on the steering wheel, and he could not see the one on the passenger's seat. People began to come and they started securing the area. But the Mercedes-Benz, which later came, did not breach the security they had placed, as it parked behind the motor vehicle KBF 357D, behind where people were. PW24 further stated that the in charge of the GSU officers came and took over the command of the scene, that he did not hand over anything to him, that is to the officer, that the officer did not ask him any question, and that he, that is PW24, did not ask him any question, and he took no notes of the scene and that no inventory was taken. He just stared at the motor vehicle KBF 357D and then the GSO officers came. PW25, Mwanaidi Wambui Ndegwa testified that she used to be a secretary for the late Honorable Muchai. On 7th February 2015, she was telephoned by Honorable Muchai's wife at around 4 a.m. that the late had been attacked by being fired at, and that she saw someone lying down and did not know the person, and that she was in a vehicle ahead of her husband, and she also told her that she went to Nairobi hospital. She stated that she called the driver, named Milimani, to pick her up in Ngong, and while on the way heading to Nairobi hospital, she received another call from Honorable Muchai's sister called Rose that all those in the vehicle were confirmed dead, so they proceeded to Lee Funeral Home where the 4 bodies were preserved. Thereafter, they went to his home to prepare for the funeral. Then on 10th February 2015, an officer called her together with the messenger by the name Robert Wanyoni to go and record their statements on what they knew about the incident, and they did so. She further stated that she was secretary of Honorable Muchai for 30 years, that he used to be anxious and said he had called 2 auditors, and by that time he had a case in court and he had told her to be the only one to open his office while he was away and take keys to a cleaner. He did not hear him mention if he had any issues with anybody. He sent for bodyguards, and that was not normal. That in the year 2014, an incident occurred along Kagudo Road when some cars blocked his vehicle along the road, she stated. She further stated that on 18th February 2015, an officer went to ask them about the deceased's briefcase, which she stated used to carry files for meetings, and that the deputy had used the briefcase to carry a file to meet with the deceased on 7th February 2015 at Ringley's company in industrial area. On the material day, she stated she had talked with the deceased at around 5 p.m. when he asked her if she had purchased Kenya Gazette, and she promised to buy on Monday, 11th February 2015, as she had not done so by that time. At the time the briefcase was asked for, she stated the same was in the office, that the deputy said that the briefcase did not even reach the deceased as he did not turn up for the meeting. The police, she stated, did not tell her why they were interested in the briefcase. PW26, Corporal Hilary Namachanja testified that he is in charge of Amari at Central Police Station. His duties are to issue guns to those going out to work who, upon return from work, do return the same to him, and he keeps record of the same. There is a book for every issue of guns known as Arms Movement Book, which shows the date of issue, service, and rank of officer issued to, the type of arms taken and its serial number, and it also has a number of ammunition issued and magazines, and the signature and rank of the officer, and the date of return is indicated. Anything lost or used is also indicated therein, stated. On 1st February 2015, he issued a Seska gun serial number G4726 with 15 rounds of 7mm caliber ammunition to bodyguard of Kabete Member of Parliament, namely Mr. Muchai. The bodyguard was number 72634 Police Constable Samuel Kimathi, who is since deceased. The officer was deployed to escort and give body protection to the VIP, then the Kabete MP. The same was recorded in the register on 1st February 2015, and the officer was the 16th person issued a gun on that day. He recorded everything the officer took, which the officer endorsed and signed, and wrote his service number 92634. He produced the extract of the register as prosecution exhibit 28, and that the officer, namely Kimathi, did not return the gun. On 7th February 2015, he stated he got information that an incident had occurred at the junction of Uhuru Highway, Kenyatta Avenue, Nyayo House, roundabout, where he was told that the Kabete MP, his driver, and bodyguards were killed. One of them was PC Montana, and the other one was PC Samuel Kimathi. The latter had the Seska G number 4726, which was stolen after he was shot. The previous day, he stated Montana had a gun, but he returned it to go and rest at home. So it was only PC Kimathi having a gun. So he recorded on 7th February 2015 that the officer was killed and the gun stolen. After investigations were done, he stated the gun was recovered and returned to him, so he recorded the same, that he was killed and robbed of the pistol on 7th February 2015. When the pistol was brought back, he stated the serial numbers were illegible, they had been tampered with. He identified the said pistol recovered in the course of his testimony and stated that it had to be taken to ballistic expert for examination, that it was dusted and confirmed to be the one robbed from PC Kimathi, that it was brought back to him, and he further stated that it was marked G when presented to ballistic expert. When returned to him, the magazine was on it, but it had no rounds of ammunition. He identified the magazine, which he stated came with the pistol in the course of his testimony. He further stated that the firearm was Seska, make CZ85B, and the one he gave to the officer was serial number G4726 with caliber 9mm, and that there are several pistols of the same make, and what distinguishes them is the serial number, which in the returned one was obliterated. Samuel Kimathi did not return it because he was killed and the pistol robbed, and that the pistol was returned back to him on a date he did not record, and that was after it was taken to the ballistic expert, and that prosecution exhibit 28 captures date of issue and date of return, and that it could not be returned with a record. It went through a process before it was recovered. That the investigating officer brought it back to the armory as an exhibit, and at that time it had no serial number on it, and that by looking at it, he cannot prove that it is the one he gave to Kimathi. He did not know who obliterated the numbers, and the dusting was done by experts. No ammunition was returned, and the magazine was the same he had given out on 1st February 2015. The magazine had no serial number, he stated. All the guns he had issued on 1st February 2015 had been returned on that day, except the one he had issued to PC Kimathi, he stated. PW27, Simon Wambugu testified that he is an artisan in the informal industry locally, and he sells motor vehicle spare parts along Kirinyaga Road in Nairobi. On 7th February 2015, while selling sorry, let me read again, I think I'm mixed up. PW27, Simon Wabugu testified that he's an artisan in the informal industry locally and he sells motor vehicle spare parts along Kirinyaga Road in Nairobi. On 7th February 2015, while he was at Kirinyaga Road, at around 8 a.m., he received a call from his son by the name Peter that his son by the name Stephen Itu Wambugu was no more as he had been killed. The son had gotten that information from television news update. He settled first, then went to Lee Funeral Home where he found his son having been shot. The deceased son, he stated, was the driver of the late Member of Parliament by the name Muchai, whose body was also in the same morgue among 4 people who had been killed together. PW28, Teresia Wajiku Kiiru, Madam, tell that gentleman never to come in and PW28, Teresia Wanjiku Kiiru, testified that she works as a hairdresser and a beautician. On Saturday, 7th February 2015, one Mr. Mwangi, who was a friend to her husband, Stephen Itu Wambugu, asked her where her husband was, and he told her to come down and switch on television. She called her brother-in-law by the name Peter, and then they went to Honorable Muchai's homestead following the breaking news that he had been shot dead with his bodyguards. At the MP's home, he stated, she confirmed that they had been shot dead and that their bodies were lying at Lee Funeral Home. Her husband was a driver to Honorable Muchai, so she went to Lee Funeral Home accompanied by friends from her church and confirmed he had died. She further stated that while at Kamulu, they called Steve's father and asked him if he had seen breaking news, and he told him to go to Lee Funeral Home, and he went before them and confirmed that indeed he was the son. She proceeded home and informed the children where their father was. On 9th February 2015, which was on a Wednesday, she went to Lee Funeral Home and identified the body before postmortem could be done. She further stated that she did not know anything of value that was taken or stolen from him, and that she did not know the people who did the act. PW 29, Corporal Patrick Muremi Mamai testified that he's attached to Nairobi area headquarters radio room, and that one of the areas is trained in is a there's a mistake there. Sorry. He testified that he's attached to Nairobi area headquarters radio room and that he's a trained communicator, and he also does other police duties when called upon. He stated that on 22nd October 2013, he was assigned special duties by OCS Nairobi area to give security to Telcom Orange officers whenever they go mending their vandalized Telcom wires alongside Police Constable Luke Murimi. They were also doing ordinary police patrol duties. He stated that PC Luke Murimi called him and indicated to him that he was not feeling well, so he informed the in charge, and then once Sergeant Munya issued him with a gun and proceeded to a place called GM in industrial area, as there was an alarm which had rang there. He recorded in the occurrence book and in the arms movement register that he had been issued with a gun, G3, serial number 6927317, with 20 rounds of ammunition, and The record also indicated the place where he was deployed to. The details he stated were entered as number 1041 of 22nd of October 2013. He also indicated were his service number 80000 rank, option, gun type GT3, serial number serial number 6927317 with caliber of 7.6 millimeter ammunition barrel and 20 rounds of ammunition, and he signed the same. And he produced certified extract of register as prosecution 1929 and stated that he did not return the firearm because it was stolen. He further stated that he went to work with the telecom officials up to industrial area General Motors, where alarm showed them that their wires had been cut or vandalized. After they found wires having been cut at that place, the officers used spare wires they had to fix those wires. They fixed the wires up to 9 p.m. From 9 p.m. up to 12:30 a.m. when the officers told him that there was another alarm at their Karuri exchange. They proceeded there too, and the officers saw that there was a fault between Kitsuru and the Dhiru area, and watched over the officers as they fixed the wires. At around 3 a.m., as he was guarding the officers, he had a loud bang. When he went to check, he was held from behind by 3 people who pulled him back, overpowered him, and robbed him of the GT3 gun and an Alcatel phone worth Kenya shillings 2,400. Those people also went to telecom personnel, whom they ordered to lie down, and robbed them of their phones and money. After the robbery, he stated he was told that he would get his gun. In Kiswahili, utapata mvunduki yako mjinga hii. After those people left, he stated they got into a motor vehicle after 10 minutes and proceeded to Spring Valley Police Station, where they reported the incident. The duty officer called in the OCS, who came and they narrated to him what had happened. They took the police officers to the scene where he had been robbed of the gun, and after investigation, the OCS police station came and was taken to a police station, where he again reported the loss of the gun. Then he was sent to Gigiri, where he recorded another report, and then an inquiry file was opened. Investigations continued. Then on 20th November 2013, he stated he was called on phone by DCIO Kikuyu that someone had been arrested because of that lost gun, and that he was needed to go and identify him. He proceeded there, and when an ID parade was done, he was able to recognize the person's voice. So charges were preferred, and the case went on in Milimani. The gun had not been recovered at that time, he stated. On 17 February 2015, he was called by the in-charge flying squad, who informed him that a gun, which was his, had been found, and he was asked to go and identify him. He was also informed that people had been arrested and investigations were ongoing. He identified the recovered gun in the course of his testimony and stated that there was a place which had a number, but it was deleted, and that there was somewhere inside the gun which he was shown, and he was able to identify it as the gun he had lost. He further stated that the deleted part was inside, that there was, the deleted part was outside, and that there was a hidden part inside the gun which had number KP 6927 817, and that is what made him know that it was the gun he had been issued with before it was stolen from him on the material night. The in-charge flying squad did not tell him where the gun had been recovered from, he stated. Then, on 25th March 2015, he was telephoned by an officer from Central Station CID officers who asked him to go and record statement with regard to a gun that had been recovered. He was not on duty then, and he made it to the station on 26th March 2015 and recorded a statement. And at that time, he was told that some people had been arrested with a gun, and he was to be a witness. He further stated that the number on the gun is KEKP 6927317 and not 817, and that his eye had not seen it well initially, and that the number matches that of the gun he had signed out for. PW 30, number 56299, Sergeant Francis Singila testified that at the material time he was working at Flying Squad in Nairobi, and his duties included collecting intelligence, analyzing information given, and tracing of criminals and suspects as required, and he generally did patrols within the county. On 7th February 2015, he got a radio call indicating that there had been a shooting incident at Kenyatta Avenue near Nyayo House, so he got a bit interested and followed on other platforms in his phone, and he found out that Honorable Muchai with his driver and bodyguards were shot and killed. The following morning, he stated he went to work, and there was a brief discussion in the office, and a team was formed led by one Mr. Nyale Munga, and the target was to investigate and establish who committed the shooting incident. The county government brought a footage of the scene opposite Nyayo House at the stage. He further stated that they viewed it and saw a motor vehicle, registration number KBE 464L, which came and blocked every vehicle. Then a person got out while flashing a big gun. They got interested in the registration number of the vehicle, so they followed up with the registrar of the vehicles and found out that the said motor vehicle was registered in Sarah Jeruto's name. Him and Sergeant Joroge looked for Sarah and informed her, and she admitted that the vehicle was hers and that she had sold it to a company known as Sandeep of Formula One Garage, whom they got and indicated to them that he too sold it to a lady by the name Gladys Waidera, that is PW3, and gave to them her contacts. He stated that they contacted the lady, and the lady went to their office together with another lady called Irene Mudoni, and upon interrogating them, Gladys claimed that on 6th February 2015, she was driving a motor vehicle, KBE 464L, with her friend Irene Mudoni from town headed to Kikuyu and Gigi Road, and at her gate, she stopped for her gate to be opened, and when 4 men attacked her, one of those men had a big gun, while the other 3 had pistols. Those people had come from a motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A, which they abandoned there and then put the ladies in their car boot, that is the ladies' car boot, and forced them to lie there. And then the 4 got into the car and drove it very fast, and they were robbed of their phones, laptop, shillings 1,600, and ATM cards. that Irene Mudhoni, PW4, was robbed of Huawei phone, and Gladys was robbed of Samsung Galaxy, and that they were taken around on Rough Road. And at one point, the vehicle was stopped and the place was quiet, and they heard gunshots, and later they were driven away on a smooth road, and then on Rough Road, and then they were abandoned in a forest, which they realized was called Kamandura, between 4 a.m. and 5 p.m. That they went to a homestead but did not knock, as it was at night, so they waited for dawn, and then the owner of the home assisted them, and they reported at Tigoni Police Post and Kikuyu Police Station, where their vehicle was recovered at. He stated that the following day they proceeded to Kamandura Forest and later to Kikuyu Police Station, and found that the owner of KBF vehicle was Michael Ngatia. They got his contacts, interrogated him as well. Michael Ngatia told them that on 6th February 2015 at around 10 p.m. he was on the highway near Kangemi, where he stopped for a while for his wife to buy items in a nearby shop, and that while in the vehicle, 4 people attacked him while armed, took his phone and also of his wife, PW2, put them in the boot, drove him up to a place where they blocked KBE 464L, and then those people left his vehicle, KBF, and him in the boot until the police came and found him. He stated that they then saw that on that night there were robberies with violence, so they got the telephone numbers that had been stolen of Gladys Waithera, Irene Mudhoni, Jane Ngatia, and Michael Ngatia, and then wrote to Safaricom in order to get those phones IMEI numbers. They got the numbers and asked Safaricom for historical movement of the phones from one person to another, and they got a report that Jane Ngatia's phone was used by subscriber 0700505637 on 7th February 2015 at 10:29 a.m. by one known as Simon Wambugu Bishama, ID number 313809111, who is the 7th accused person in this case. That phone had been stolen the previous night at 10 p.m. from Jane Ngatia. The second phone, Irene Mudhoni, PW4, was used on 5th February 2015 at 2:50 p.m. by one Oscar Injale Celia of ID number 29031-671, that is PW4. So they looked for those two who had used the phones and wrote to the Director of National Registration Bureau to get details of those two persons, and they got a letter, a report concerning their request. Then, stated on 11th February 2015, they got Simon Bishamba. They had been arrested by a team led by one Nairobi. They reported a picture of the owner of the identity card 31380911 for Simon Wambugu Bishamba, and the same resembled the 7th accused. He stated that he looked for the other suspect, namely Oscar Injale, and got him. On 11th February 2015 in the evening at Gatina area, his SIM card was used in Irene's phone. On 8th February 2015 at 2:50 p.m. Oscar told them that on that day he went to a Shylock to get a loan, laid his phone there to get a loan of $250. So they looked for the Shylock, namely Stephen Kuria, and found him and interrogated him about the phone of Injale, and indicated to them that he went to the house of Wambugu, found an idiot's phone and removed the SIM card of Injale, test the idiot's phone with, so that is how Injale's SIM card was captured to be used in the stolen phone, and that Gishamba was annoyed and told him that the phone had issues. PW30 stated that he showed that Simon Gishamba, he saw that Simon Gishamba handled both phones. Let me read again. PW30 said that showed that Simon Gishamba had handled both phones, and the one he put in his SIM, and the one brought by PW15. So he stated they went with the two to where Simon Wambugu had been arrested, and they interrogated the seventh accused person. PW30 further stated that the seventh accused indicated to him that the two phones had been taken to his house by Mustafa and his wife Jane, who also lived in Kangemi, and that he knew them. The seventh accused, he stated, was not doing business of charging phones, but his house had electricity, that the people who brought the phones were the third accused and the fifth accused. The seventh accused was cooperative and gave them the contacts of the third accused by the name Mustafa and the fifth accused by the name Shiro. Mustafa Kimani, Anyonyi's number was 0703665199, while that of Jane was 0750278840. So they asked for phone data for both contacts, and using the data they saw that the two were out of Kangemi and were in Ruiru at a place called Morera. He stated that they called for the data, for the call data and identified from Safaricom at Airtel. He stated that they called for the call data and identification from Safaricom and Airtel, and saw that the identity card number for Mustafa was 29734618, which was used for registering the line in question. And also they got a report showing the image and identity card. The call data stated showed that on 11th February 2015 at 8:41 p.m. the third accused left Kangemi town to Morera in Ruiru and arrived there at midnight. On following 0750278840 for Jane Wanjiru Kamau, the left Kanganga Kangemi on 11th February 2015 at 7:54 p.m. to Nairobi town, Kariapur, then to Ruiru, Morera at 11:36 p.m. So on 13th February 2015, he stated, an operation was arranged by 4 teams. The team led by Sergeant San, PW22, and Sergeant Malenia's team raided Ruiru, and where they found the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth accused persons, and one Edward Iduka Nyunguna, alias Kadiru, who is not in court. They interviewed the arrested suspects and thereafter went to look for other accomplices. The team by his son had already arrested Stephen Lupapu. They went to Rironi where they arrested the second accused, Michael Kimani, and made recoveries of a firearm, documents, he stated. His team with Sergeant Malenia went with the third accused up to Kinong 87, where he identified the house of the first accused, Eric Mulera, alias Chairman, and he stated that they surrounded the house, and after knocking, the suspect, who is the sixth accused person named Margaret Jeri Wachuri, came out. After she opened the door, Eric left the sitting room. They asked her if she owned the house, and she confirmed. Then they asked where the husband was, and she said he was not there, but they had seen someone leap into the bedroom. So he stated he stood guard at the door as his other colleagues got in and arrested the first accused from where he was found underneath the bed. Then a search was done, and a blue bag. Inside that blue bag, G3 rifle was found. Serial number of that gun had been deleted. It had its magazine on it, which is stated was of an AK-47, and it had 7.262 millimeter ammunition. The magazine had capacity of 20 rounds of ammunition. The further stated there was an extra one with a weak charge, meaning that the powder was not there. A breech block, which he stated is used for firing and extracting cartridges, and is part of G3 rifle before the court was not there, he stated. It was found in a gunny bag. That component, he stated, is also known as ball assembly, that is Exhibit 3C, and its serial number deleted. Also found in the bag was a pair of pliers, a black muffin with 2 holes opening for eyes alone, and that Gladys and Irene had said that their attackers had covered their faces with black hoods. So when the muffin was found, he linked it to their statement. Then the sergeant prepared an inventory of items, which was then signed by the suspect, Eric Muyaya, and his wife, Margaret Jerry, and police officers who were in that team. He identified the bullets in the course of his testimony, and also identified the inventory in the course of his testimony. After that, they proceeded with investigations of one Jane Wanjiru Kamau and went to a house in Andamanga in Kangemi together with her, as they had information that she had hidden a pistol there. They opened the door, searched the house, but did not find any pistol, but found 2 9mm ammunition at the doorstep in a black polythene bag beneath. He stated that those are usually fired in a pistol and machine guns, and stated that they were part of MFI 17B, that is Exhibit 17B from HH-24, and that Jane thumbprinted the inventory prepared on 13 February 2025, that is Exhibit 23. PW30 further stated that on 11 February 2015, at 4:30 p.m., when he was called by a lead investigator, Jale Munga in Nairobi area, the latter gave him a witness who gave him an L-shaped metal, which he had picked from his motor vehicle after carrying passengers in his taxi, and those passengers had left the metal in the motor vehicle. And the witness also narrated to him that on 7th February 2015, he got a call from Musto at 3:30 a.m., that is Mustafa Kimani, who was known to him, and said to him that they needed to go and rescue some of his friends in Kikuyu, and they picked someone whose face was covered, and the person directed him to Kelwa in the area where they got 2 others in a bush with 2 large bags. That the 2 bags were large, that he took them up to Kangemi at about 5 a.m., where they alighted, and that in the morning, as he washed his vehicle, he noticed the L-shaped part of a gun. He stated that its work from experience is to protect and regulate the act of firing bullets. The gun which they recovered, he stated, had no safety latch, L-like part, so he quickly concluded that it was the missing part. There is a pistol grip component, part of G3 rifle. It is written S, meaning safe, E means each, so one fires controllably, and F at the bottom. That is the full blast, meaning that it is used rapidly to pin down an enemy when he tries firing L part. The pistol grip tilts well. When he recovered the blue bag, he stated he linked it to the 2 big bags carried by the taxi driver. So he stated the suspects were interrogated, they linked them to the offense and got their contact numbers. The second accused, he stated, was using 072180-47303, registered in the names of Rafael Kimani, ID number 2959219. Also, they requested register of persons for identity report for the ID number. They got a report for the ID used by Rafael Kimani Gaki, and bore an image resembling that of the second accused. He also explained information revealed upon checking conduct for the second accused, indicating his movements and telephone communication between him and phone numbers of interest. And in the course of his testimony, he also referred to identification report and chat links in the course of his testimony. On 7th of February 2015, he stated, An incident happened at 3:30 a.m. at the junction of Kenyatta Avenue opposite Nyayo House, whereby the MP for Kabete MP George Muchai was killed in a motor vehicle registration number KBF 357D Toyota Fortuner. He got that report and was called by his in charge, namely Mr. Nyale, Assistant Inspector General of Police, and instructed to help in investigations and to unravel those behind this incident. The investigations were intelligence-led, he stated. So on 13th February 2015, after clustering together and doing investigations, they proceeded to toll petrol station, Thika Highway, Pastoral, in the company of Corporal San, Corporal Sangila, Corporal Michel, and the four of them were leading their respective teams. At around 10:30 a.m., they got to a house where they arrested Mustafa Kimani Nyoni, alias Musto, and Stephen Astiva, while on foot at Toll petrol station. When they introduced themselves as police officers, the two men ran in different directions, one towards Thika and the other towards Sweden. And with the help of members of public, they managed to arrest them and establish the ID numbers of Mustafa and his phone number. And after arresting the two, they took their details and conducted search on them, and they got identity cards and phones. The two led them into a house where they found a lady by the name Margaret Wajiru, whom they searched and found her ID card number 30737880 and telephone number 07110038957. They asked her for the phone and she got it to them, and also the telephone number, and in the same house they also arrested Jane Majiru Kamau. They then proceeded to Wiru police station with all those arrested persons in order to conduct an interview with all of them, and they established their accomplices and their involvement in the crime that had been committed. After the interview, which lasted more than 2 hours, he stated they established that the accomplices in the murder comprised of the gang of Mustafa Kimani Nyoni, alias Musto, Stephen Astiva Lipapo, alias Chokore, Eric Muyera, Sabu, alias Chairman, and Raphael Kimani, alias Kim Butcher. After the interview, he stated Mustafa Kimani led them to Kino 87 to the house of Eric Muyera, alias Chairman. They reached there at 2 p.m. and he showed them the house. They knocked the door, which was not locked, and one Margaret Washuri opened the door for them. Upon hearing somebody running inside the house, they asked her who it was, and she indicated to them that that was her husband. So they arrested Margaret before moving inside to search for the person whose footsteps they had heard, and got him under the bed in the room. Upon seeing him, they asked him to come out and establish that he was Eric Muyera, alias Chairman, and arrested him. Then they began a systematic search in the house, starting from the sitting room, then went to the bedroom, up to the kitchen. And in the kitchen, they recovered a G3 rifle, which they suspected was used in the murder of one Muchai. It was in the bag down on the ground. The items were recovered in the kitchen. It stated were a G3 rifle with an erased serial number, a fading gun butt, number 192, which is part of the G3 rifle, and 6 rounds of 6.2mm ordinary rounds of ammunition, normally used in G3 rifle, 1 7.2mm ordinary round ammo with a weak charge, and a breech block with an erased serial number, which is part of G3 rifle, pair of pliers, black hood, which has eye opening on it, and a blue bag in which the G3 rifle was. He stated that he made an inventory of the recovered items, which were recovered from the house of Eric Muyera Isabu and Margaret Washuri, whom he stated cohabited together. He did a sketch plan of the house, which he attached to the inventory, dated 13 February 2015 at 16:20 hours, showing where he recovered the items. That is Exhibit 32. At the time of recovery, he stated the rifle had no safety pin on it. He stated that a safety pin is an L-shaped metal which is placed on a gun and stated that that safety catch, that is exhibit 19, which he shot the court in the course of his so that safety catch was exhibit 19, which he shot the court in the course of his testimony. As per the inventory stated, they also recovered a G3 magazine, which was loaded, which was on the rifle, bolt assembly, and an empty G3 magazine. And after making the arrests, they proceeded to the office and placed those arrested in cells. That is the first, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth accused persons hearing. PW 31, number 69893, Sergeant Absalom Malaya testified that he was part of the investigating team and was together with PW 22 and 30 during the operation mounted behind the suspects. And his testimony is largely in tandem with that of PW 22 and PW 30 summarized herein before. PW 32, Stephen Kemboi testified that is attached to DCI headquarters forensic crime scenes investigations and is duly gazetted scene of crime personnel on 7th February 2035 at around 4 a.m. He stated was called to a scene of shooting incident along Kenyatta Avenue, Guru Highway Junction. At the scene, he found motor vehicle registration number KBF 357D Toyota, which was parked on the outer lane of Kenyatta Avenue facing Central Business District CBD. Inside the vehicle, there were 4 bodies, all inflicted with bullet wounds. In the back seat on the left was the body of Honorable Muchai. Next to him was his aide, number 81613 PC Samuel Lekangeng. On the front seat were body of Stephen Ikuwambuku, who was the driver, who was lying on the steering wheel, and on the co-driver's seat was the body of number 92634 PC Samuel Kimathi Kaihikia, who was also an aide to the Honorable MP. He stated that he took several photographs of the scene, which he explained in the course of his testimony, and produced a batch of 52 photographs as prosecution exhibit 52 alongside the report and certificate in respect thereof, dated 27th February 2015, as prosecution exhibit 53. On 17th July 2015, he stated Sergeant Wahome of Investigation Department of CID headquarters identified to him a motor vehicle registration number KDE 464L, which was an exhibit in this case, and he took photographs of the same and its chassis number. And he stated that the motor vehicle was released back to the owner. On 28th July 2015, at Police County Headquarters, CIP Rangu of DCI identified to him motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A Nissan Saloon, which was also an exhibit in this case, and he took photographs of the same. That is exhibits 9A to C. He made a report which he signed on 29th September 2015 and produced the same as exhibit 55. PW 33, Chief Inspector Jackson Kiboi testified that the DCI is attached at the DCI headquarters cybercrime unit. On 7th February 2015, he was requested by CCIO Nairobi area to extract CCTV footage from Nairobi County CCTV cameras. He extracted the video stream from a camera capturing the Kenyatta Avenue Uhuru Highway roundabout from the period between 02:30 to 03:15 hours of the 7th February 2015. He then recorded it in a CD compact disc, also using the same system number plate registration connection to CCTV system. He extracted 35 Number plates, which is immediately before and immediately after the incident in question, captured the same in a list and burnt in a CD. Subsequently prepared a certificate under section 65, subsection 8 of the Evidence Act in respect thereof, which is signed on 13th February 2015, that is Exhibit 57B. He identified and played the clips in the course of his testimony, and also the report dated 13th of April 2015. The footage did not show the motor vehicle, which was blocked by motor vehicle registration number KBE 464L. He listed the vehicles that passed as per the sequence of registration numbers and not in the order in which they passed. And he also stated that the clips were not quite clear as the resolution of the videos was low. PW34, PC Quinto Odeke testified that is an officer from DCI headquarters attached to Safaricom PLC headquarters, Security Department, Law Enforcement Liaison Office. And his duties are to give information on call data and then place a transaction data. On 12th February 2015, received 3 letters at Safaricom PLC. The first letter was addressed to Safaricom by DCIO Central, who wanted Safaricom to give a document regarding phone number 0700505637. The letter was Exhibit 38. The investigating officer wanted to know communication from 1st February 2015 up to 10th February 2015. Using the line. He proceeded and provided that information, which he stated was contained in Exhibits 41A and B. He gave out the call records for the period in question. The said letter also sought IMEI history for the period in question. And he stated that he gave that history in Exhibit 41B. The IMEI number is 358965051318260, and call data covered time running from 10:29 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. The data in Exhibit 41B, he stated, shows the phone subscriber number 070500505637 has ever used it, and that on 7th February 2015, the subscriber had a phone IMEI number 35896505131818260. That on 2nd of February 2015, an email number 35412605258380, which means that it had a different phone then. On 8th February 2015, the same subscriber 0700505637 had used a different phone. The number is 359-32304506180. On 13th February 2015, he stated there was a letter addressed to Safaricom seeking call data for numbers 0703666519 between 1st February 2015 up to 10th February 2015. He stated that he gave out the information sought, that is called data records. The number 0703665199 is registered in the names Mustafa Nyoni. At that time, in the year 2015, the liaison officer for both Safaricom and Airtel was at Safaricom House. On 14th February 2015, Deputy DCIO wrote a letter seeking details of Airtel line 0750278840 and 0734764461, that is Exhibit 60, the letter, and he extracted information in that regard contained in Exhibit 40, and he stated he only prepared Exhibits 38, 40, 41A and 41B, 36, 37, 39 and 41, which is stated are call data records for the phone numbers requested by the DCIO Central by the name Mr. Njoroge. He further stated that Exhibit 36A relates to phone number 0716 634 382, which is registered in the names of Nicholas Gunu. Exhibit 36B is for 0704 844 920, which is registered in the names of Alfred Ayeko. Exhibit 37 is for 0721 807303, registered in the names of Rafael Kimani. Exhibit 39 is 07 or 484 5880, registered in the names of Benjamin Maina. And Exhibit 42 for 0755 45437, whose subscription did not appear in the records. He prepared a certificate in respect of those records, he stated, and he produced the same as prosecution Exhibit 61, and he was cross-examined at length and stated that the DCIO had not obtained a court order for extraction of the call data records because it was an urgent case and matter. PW 35, Chief Inspector Stephen Wang, he testified that he's based at Crime Research Intelligence Unit. These duties include guiding operational investigations and providing the matrix in the course of his duties, and he prepares charts and links in investigation of communication. In February 2015, he stated as they were conducting investigation into the murder of the late Mr. Muchai. They established that prior to the murder, 2 incidents of robbery with violence had occurred. The first one is where one couple, Michael Ngati and Jane Ngatia, had been carjacked, and the second incident was about 2 ladies, one of whom was called Irene, 4. They followed the stolen items, they stated, and they sought data for the stolen mobile phone and phones, and at that juncture, the phones which had been stolen from Jane Ngatia was being used by Simon Bishaba, and the SIM card inserted was Simon Bishaba ID number 313809111, and the SIM card inserted was 0700505637. He referred to the document, that is Exhibit 35, and stated that in it, under Simon Bishaba, the picture of Simon is below Rafael Kimani, that below Simon's name is the chart. There are 3 data sets beginning with 553, and those are the serial numbers of the person of the phones used within the period 1st January 2015 to 11 February 2015. He further stated that IMA 3589 65051318 is the Nokia phone that was stolen from PW2. Communication interlink of the suspect was made, and the suspect arrested for that murder. He stated that there was communication link in terms of phone calls and SMS between the 2 accused persons, namely Mustafa Nyoni and Simon Bishaba, during the period in question. That there are also 2 lines connecting Mustafa and Jane Wanjiru, Elias Shiro, and the frequency of communication is also indicated. Link between Mustafa Nyoni and Rafael Kimani Gashie, between Mustafa Nyoni and Stephen Elias Chukure, between Stephen Lipapu, Elias Chukure, and Eric Mugera, between Mustafa Nyoni and Maurice Luguna, the taxi driver, between Maurice Luguna, the taxi driver, and Stephen Astiva, between Jane Wanjiru Shiro and Stephen Astiva, Lipapu, Elias Chukure, and between Eric Isabo and Margaret, and he described the frequency of traffic data in terms of call data and SMS data within that period, which they are requested for from the service providers. PW5 further stated that they had sought for call data from the service providers, namely Safaricom and Airtel Limited for Rafael Kimani, a CA of phone number 0721807303, Mustafa Anyoni of ID 229734618, using phone number 0703665199. Jane Wanjiru was using 0750278840. Stephen Ipapu, alias Tukure, for phone number 0704845880. Margaret Wanjiru Washiuri, phone number 0713327385. Morris Njuguna, phone number 0734764461, and Eric Miera Isapwa, who are 2 lines, 0716634382 and 0704844920. Stated that the data they sought is summarized in Exhibit 35, and that they also sought data for Simon Gichaba, ID 313-80911, who used phone number 0705056637. It stated that the chart is an input of an individual of the individual data sets that they got from service providers, and that he also used exhibits 36A and 36B to prepare the chart. He gave details of communication between the said numbers in the course of his testimony, including the date, time, location of the devices in question. He further stated that the data was received via official email from Safaricom and Airtel, and he printed the same and also prepared the chart after analyzing the data using software referred to as IBM 12, and prepared a certificate on 12th March 2015 under the provisions of Section 65, subsection 8 and 106A of the Evidence Act, and produced the same as Exhibit 16. PW36, Sergeant Moses Otiu testified that is attached to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations headquarters, and that at the material time he was attached to DCI Central Police Station, where his duties were to do investigations. On February 7, 2015, he received a phone call at 6 a.m. from Deputy DCIO Chief Inspector Kenneth Njoroge of Central Police Station, who informed him of an incident which happened at the junction of Uhuru Highway and Kenyatta Avenue, and asked him to urgently join him at the scene. He proceeded to the scene, and his lengthy testimony was a detailed summary of observations he made at the scene, how investigations were conducted, recoveries and arrests made, and eventually charges referred against the accused persons here. Each of the 7 accused persons, upon being placed on defense, gave sworn testimonies. The following is a summary of the evidence adduced by each of the 7 accused persons. The first accused, in his testimony, made an analysis of testimonies of prosecution witnesses and analyzed the same vis-a-vis what he stated the witnesses recorded in their statements. He stated that the occurrence book does not show that he was arrested with anything relating to this case, that at the time of his arrest he was assaulted and injured, and when he was brought before the court on 13th March 2015, the court heard his complaint and made an order that he be taken to Kenyatta Hospital for treatment, and stated that at the time he could not be able to board anything or sign or thumbprint any document of any kind, that the evidence adduced before the court concerning Eric Muyera Isabwa is not enough evidence to support a conviction. He asked the court to acquit him. He produced medical documents as defense exhibits 1A and 1B. Further stated that he was arrested on 15 February 2015 and not 13 February 2015, and at the time he was living in Kaptagat in Kangemi, and that it is a lie to say that he was living in 87 Euro, because he stated PW11 gave evidence that at that time his client was a lady, that he was arrested at Marigiti Market and taken to Central Police Station alongside many other people, and that he was booked in OB 51 of 13th February 2015, which is stated does not indicate that there was any item he was arrested with, that when he first appeared in court in the miscellaneous case, he was in pain and so he could not tell the court that he had been injured, that he was involved in an identification parade on 15th February 2025 at around 3 p.m. and that PW1, PW3 and PW4 picked people at the parade, that anybody who says to have picked him as a suspect at the parade will be telling lies, that he was arrested on 15th February 2015 and it took a short time for him to be taken to Central Police Station, that he had never met any of the co-accused persons and he does not know why the name of the 6th accused persons appears in the inventory of items recovered at 87 Kiuru, and that the officers who said that he lived with her as husband and wife did not say the truth, that it is not true that she is the one who opened the door when the officers knocked at the door, and that any analysis linking him to the other accused persons is false, and that there is no evidence that safety catch ever fell in the vehicle that was ever given by either PW20 or Malaya, and that he was not told that his DNA was not found in the gun, that the vehicle, the mask, and the lady who was carrying the vehicle did not say that she saw the police take fingerprints in that vehicle registration number KBE 464N. In his testimony, the second accused stated that he was arrested from his house and that he was not involved in the offense in any way, that he runs a business called New Mudangari Bar and Restaurant and Butchery along Musa Gitaru Road, that he was using online platform to advertise his business, and he had plastered adverts all the way from ABC Place up to Gitaru Junction, where he had also given his telephone numbers 0721807303, which clients used to make orders for home deliveries, and others could go to the business in person. He had 2 employees, namely John Degwa and Francis Kamal. On 13th February 2015, he stated, they got a call at the business for someone who had 2 light goods and wanted them to be roasted in his compound in Miami Road West. So he stated he left one of his employees by the name John Degwa at the facility and proceeded with John Kamau to the homestead, where they prepared a goat for the customer and left that place at around 5:30 p.m. On 14th February 2015, he stated while he was in his house in Ronnie, he received a call in the morning around 11 a.m. from a client whose number he did not have, and there was no response on the other side when he received the phone call, and he continued preparing himself to go down for business, and after about 5 minutes, he had a knock on the door, and on opening, about 15 men were pointing guns at him, and they told him to move back. One of them asked him why Muchai's driver had sent him money, and before he could answer the question, he was hit with a gun butt on his head and fell down in the house. He was handcuffed, and before they left the house, they took his passport, and one of those officers took his wallet from his pocket and his 2 mobile phones, a Tecno smartphone and a Nokia Lumia, which he stated that his private number 0702889698. As they moved out of the house, a crowd of people had gathered outside the house taking photos. He was bundled into a vehicle and a sack was put on top of his head, and the first stop they made was at Nairobi area, and they continued interrogating him about the money he had been sent on the money that had been sent to 0721 807 390. The money that had been sent to 0721 807303, and he explained to them that it was a business number and that he had plastered it on a highway from ABC Place to Gitaru Junction, and anyone who required his services could call using that number. The officers then narrowed down and asked him about the 30,000 shillings, which had been sent to his telephone line 07, which had been sent to his telephone line on 4th February 2015, and he explained to them that that was another customer seeking his services and that the phone was not always handled by him. His employees are the ones who had dealt with that customer, he stated. The customer wanted 50 kilograms of roast meat and 100 roasted bananas. He was taken to Railways Police Station, and the following morning he was taken to Nairobi area at around 9 a.m. where he spent the whole day. On 16 February 2015, he stated the officers went for him again and he went to Nairobi area where he was put together with 6 persons whom he did not know and brought to court, where the police sought more days to conclude investigations and were granted the request. On 11th March 2015, the police went for him again and he was taken to a hospital along Selassie Avenue called Rhodes. The police wanted to take blood samples from him but did not succeed as the facility declined. And then they proceeded to Bagadi Hospital where they were told that a court order was required for that purpose. He was taken back to Central Police Station, then taken back to court again on 11th March 2015 where the police alleged that he was refusing to have blood sample taken. The police then ordered that he be taken to government chemist for a swab of his DNA to be taken and also to be treated because he had indicated to court that he was injured on his head. That was done. Then on 19th March 2015, he was brought to court and charged. In the course of his testimony, he did his analysis of what the prosecution witnesses said in their testimonies. He produced business license for butchery business as defense before and stated that he did not attend any identification parade, that he was not found with any firearm or rounds of ammunition, that nothing was recovered from his house in Burundi, and that no inventory was produced in court, that he was arrested and added to those who had been arrested in order to meet the 24 hours ultimatum that had been set by the then Minister for Interior. The third accused person in his testimony stated that he would rely on his statement which he recorded with the police and produced the same and prosecution it. That the police arrested him and told him to accept that he is the one who had killed Honorable Muchai, and so he complied with that command and he put it in writing. He stated that he did not take the police anywhere, that his name was not in the exhibit memo that came from Kenya, that when he was taken to Rodens Hospital, there were officers who had 7 tubes for extraction of blood and took them to a room like a laboratory and explained to the doctor that they were the ones who killed Muchai, that he would like their blood samples to be taken, and that the doctor refused to take their blood samples and said he needed a court order to that effect. They were then taken back to police station by the officers who had taken them to hospital. The officers took them to court and asked the court that they be taken to hospital for extraction of samples of saliva from their tongues. That was done, he stated. His fingerprints were also taken, and none of the exhibits which were brought to court had his DNA, he stated. He further stated that neither the motor vehicle nor the logbook for KBF 796A and that the motor vehicle registration number KBE 464L was brought to court, and that its logbook was not brought to court, that the court did not visit the scene, and no occurrence book was brought before the court, and that he did not know who made the report to the police. He further stated on cross-examination that the police said they arrested him at Zimmerman on 13th of February 2015, that he was arrested in Zimmerman, that the police lied that they arrested him in Ruiru, Murera Farm, that when he was with his friend who had a kiosk there by the name Edward Githuka, the two of them were in the kiosk and each of them was placed in different vehicles. That he has not heard a name Margaret Njeri, that he does not know Stephen Astiva or Jane Wanjiru Kamau, though he stated the officer said he was arrested with them, that he does not know Eric Munyera, that he was not taken to his house, that it is a lie to say that he's the one who led the police officers to the house of the first accused, because the police did not avail evidence to show that he took them to the house of Eric Munyera, that he could not remember where he was on the night of 6th and 7th February 2015, that there is no evidence that he was involved in any robbery, that he does not remember taking PW20 to where the first, second, and third accused persons were, that he did not have a pistol, as PW20 said, that he did not send any money to XY, that the seventh accused was his friend since childhood, and he never had any conversation with the fourth or fifth accused, as he does not recall seeing fifth accused on 7th February 2015. Further stated that fingerprint report was not produced, and further that Philbert Lewa produced Exhibit 21D, which touches on his fingerprints, that his fingerprints were taken, that the motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A and KBE 464L were not produced before the court, and no evidence was produced to show that there was a pistol, that he was not related to pistol, that no fingerprint was produced to show that there was a pistol. The fourth accused person, I'm trying to move faster. I'm getting pressed. The fourth accused person, namely Stephen Astiva Lipapu, testified that he lives in Udiru Estate and that on 15th February 2015 at around 11:30 a.m. he was in his place of business selling liquor, where he had been selling liquor with his girlfriend by the name Pauline Wanjiru. One of the people he used to sell liquor to was an officer by the name Barnabas Muchai, who was also seducing Pauline Wanjiru, he stated. And every time the officer would threaten him to leave Pauline alone, or else he would take him to a place where he would forget about her completely. So on 15th February 2015, the officer arrested him when he was with Pauline and placed him in a motor vehicle and took him to Kabete police station alongside the said Pauline. After about 15 minutes, the officer went and took Pauline. When he asked the officer what wrong he had committed, the officer told him that he would know later, and that he came to know his wrongdoing on 13th of March 2015, when he was produced before court and charged with robbery with violence. When he was produced before court and a charge of robbery with violence led to him, and he denied all those charges. He highlighted sections of testimonies of prosecution witnesses and did his analysis thereof in the course of his testimony, and stated that there was no evidence that he was involved in an act of robbery with violence, and stated that while some witnesses testified that the incident occurred on 6th February 2015, others testified that the incident occurred on 7th February 2015, and while PW16 testified that he conducted an identification parade at Kamukunji police station, he, the fourth accused, was never at Kamukunji police station at all. The fourth accused person further stated that a witness by the name Malaya told the court that he was looking for Stephen Astiva on mobile number 0704-845880, and that the phone number, according to a witness by the name Philbert Lewa, was registered with the name Benjamin Michael Maina, and he produced identity card number 23960168, Defense Exhibit 26, to show that he is Stephen Astiva Lipapu, and that Benjamin was arrested but not brought before the court, and that is not related to any other suspect. And there was nothing recovered from him that relates to the case before the court. On cross-examination, he stated that he never lived in any other place apart from Udiru, where he was born, bred, and educated, and that he was arrested on 15th February 2015, and not 13th February 2015, that he was not arrested by the police officer by the name Singila, that he was arrested while with Pauline, and then Pauline was taken back to the bar as he was taken to the motor vehicle where he fought 3 other officers, and that Pauline got married while he was in custody and they could not find him, and that after his arrest, he was brought before court for detention orders so that the police could investigate the case, and then charged on 13th March 2015. Occurrence book at Kampuni police station was brought, and there was no entry that he was at the police station, that no identification parade was conducted by him, that neither was he mentioned by anybody, and that he was not arrested in Ruiru, and he was not arrested by anybody, and there's no way a person cannot be arrested without being booked, and that he did not have a phone and none was recovered from him. That was on cross-examination. The 5th accused testified that at the material time, she was living with her mother in her mother's house, and that on the evening of 6th February 2015, she was still at her mother's house. On 13th February 2015, she stated she was living with her auntie at Murera Farm, and she was with a friend by the name Margaret Njeri Jane. On 13th February 2015, she stated many police officers went to their home. None of those officers was female. She was arrested together with her mother, grandmother, auntie, and Margaret Njeri Jane. She stated that her auntie was called Margaret Njeri Jane, and that the 2 of them were arrested by those officers, and she did not know where they were taking them to, and did not tell them the reason for their arrest. She further stated that they were taken to Nairobi area, that is herself, Margaret Njeri Jane, and her grandmother. There were 4 police officers, so the vehicle had 7 people in it. At Nairobi area, she stated she was asked about stolen mobile phones. She was not given any phone number. She was joined with other people unknown to her, whom she could not recognize. And from there, she was interrogated and told to produce a phone, and she told them that she did not know about a phone, and then they started assaulting her, telling her to produce the phone. That none of the witnesses who testified mentioned her, that nothing was recovered from her, and she did not sign any inventory, and that she was living in Murera Farm where the police arrested her from, and there is nothing before the court to show that the phone was hers, and she did not communicate with any person, that 0750278840 was not a telephone line, that there is a witness who told the court that she could not tell whose phone line it was because you had already gone under, that no complainant told the court that she stole from him, nor had his or her phone number. She was cross-examined also at length by the prosecution counsel. The 6th accused testified that before she was arrested, she was living at 87 Kino at a place called Kiulu with her 3 children, and she was running a kiosk for fruits and vegetables. On 13th February 2015, when she was arrested, she had left the kiosk and proceeded home during lunch break. She proceeded to a plot where she lived, carrying an avocado, and a neighbor of hers invited her for lunch, but she first proceeded to her house before going to the neighbor's place. Just after they started taking meals, she had people running, coming into the plot, and they could hear people talking, so they sought to know what was going on. Many people thronged the place, and some were trying to forcefully knock doors of some of our neighbors. Those people were holding guns, so they got afraid and went back into the house and locked the door from inside. There was one person issued commands, and then they had some young men who were staying in a nearby house screaming, and in a short while those officers reached the house where they were. Inside the house was a person called Mama Junior. Then they had a voice commanding them to open the door, and then Mama Junior opened the door. Police officers then got in and ordered them to lie down in the sitting room. They complied as some of those officers entered different rooms in the house, then those who had remained outside entered the house, and then she heard one of the officers say, huyo jamaa amerusha bag hapa, nimetuma crew ifuate. She further stated that while she was still there, two officers went close to them, and one of the officers asked them where they lived, and one of them, she stated, told the officers that they lived in that plot, and then they were told to proceed to their respective homes. Then she was removed from the house with Mama Junior, and there were many officers outside the house whom she could not count, and they were ordered to lie down. She then arose and started moving towards the house, and when she was about to reach the house, she found police officers outside, and one of them asked her who she was, and then she responded that she was the owner of the house. And then one officer said that if she was the owner of the house, then she could be knowing the person who dropped the bag there and ran away and was being pursued by a crew. She wondered what was going on, and then she was slapped. Then she fell down on the ground and lay down. The two men who had been pursued and apprehended were brought to where she was lying down. She was asked if she knew them. She did not know them, she stated. And the two were taken away. She did not know where those two were taken to, and she did not see them in court. She was placed in a motor vehicle and taken to Kabete police station, then Nairobi area flying squad headquarters. On 16th February 2015, she was taken to court, and detention orders sought up to 19th March 2015, and then she was taken to court and a charge of robbery with violence led to her, and another charge of illegal possession of ammunition, which she stated she denied. She referred to sketch mark in the course of her testimony and stated that it was not for her house, that identity card number 266921444 indicated in the inventory is not hers, that her identity card is 269621144, serial number 243784076, which she produced as defense exhibit, that no police officer told her that she had an issue and she did not see any exhibit at all being taken. She stated that none of the civilian witnesses who testified mentioned her, and none of the police officers who testified that they were looking for her, and that her mobile phone was not taken. The seventh accused in his testimony stated that he was living in Kangemi at a place called Ananda Mata, and he was doing the work of wiring and charging phones for people in his house, because at that time, not all houses had power. The plot where he lived belonged to his grandmother, he stated. On 11th February 2015, at around noon, as he was taking lunch, he had a knock at the door, and upon opening, he found three men outside and welcomed to the meal. Then one of them identified himself to him as a police officer and told him that they wanted him to accompany them to a police station to help them in investigations that they were conducting. When they reached Milimani police station, he stated another police officer, different from those who had arrested him, told him that there was a mobile phone linked not to 105, which he had previously used, and they wanted him to explain where he had gotten that phone from. He stated, for those who are coming in, please find somewhere to sit. Thank you. He stated that he explained to the officer that there was a lady by the name Shiro who went to a place with a person whom she explained to him was her husband, who is the third accused person here, who brought to him a phone for charging, and then they left. In a short while, he stated the third accused person, who is Mustafa, came back and gave him Kenya shillings 500 so as to return when he comes back to collect the mobile phone. That was on 7th February 2015 in the morning. He stated that he told the third accused that he had Kenya shillings 250, and because he saw that the third accused person could give him the phone as a script, he put the SIM card in it to confirm if the phone was functioning. Later, he stated at 2 p.m. they came back and took the phone, and then they gave him back his money. And there was a time the third accused person telephoned him the following day. The following day, he stated the same people, that is Mustafa and Shiro, brought him a mobile phone, made to a way to charge for them during morning hours. So he charged for them the phone as he did his normal business. As he was heading back home at around noon to take his lunch, he met Stephen Kuria, that is PW15, who told him that he did not have lunch that day, and he told him that they could proceed home. He gave Stephen the key to his house as he proceeded to his grandmother's house, and he found when his grandmother had prepared lunch, and he told her that he did not have money. She served him food, which he carried and headed to his house, where upon arrival he found Stephen holding a Huawei phone on his hand, and Stephen told him that he had put in a SIM card and he needed a password. He told Stephen that he did not have the password as the phone was not his, and because the owner could not come to put the password, he told him just to remove his line. He stated that he continued with his lunch and took the phone back to power supply and continued charging. Later on, he stated Mustafa and Shiro came back and he gave them back the phone, and at around 5 p.m. he stated that he could not ask them where they got the mobile phone from, and further that on 6th February 2015 he was at his home in Kangemi. The Nokia phone was brought to him on 7th February 2015 at around 7 a.m. and the Huawei phone was brought to him on 8th February 2015 in the morning hours. He had known the fifth accused person for 3 years. He did not know if she was married, and she introduced to him the third accused as her husband. They arrived, the two of them, but the third accused was the one who gave him the phone, and he charged the phone, and then the third accused came back for the phone and he gave it back to him. The seventh accused was examined by counsel for the third accused and counsel for the fifth accused person. I have considered the evidence on record adduced by both the prosecution witnesses who testified during the trial as a whole as required by the authority of Ketio Kali and others as a Republic, 1965 EA 555, and also considered the submissions made by both the prosecution and the defense. Counts numbers 1, 2, and 3 herein are closely interrelated, and therefore I will consider them side by side. The 3 counts are similar, are of similar charge, and point for determination with regard to each of the 3 counts is whether the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the accused persons or any one of them committed the alleged offense of robbery with violence, contrary to section 296, subsection 2 of the Penal Code as alleged in the particulars of offense to each of the said counts. From the evidence on record, particularly the evidence of PW1 and PW2, there is indication that at the material time of the alleged incident to which count number 1 relates, motor vehicle registration number KBF 796A Nissan Sunny Beige in color was registered in the name of PW2, and at the material time was being driven by PW1. From the evidence of the said 2 witnesses, PW1 bought the motor vehicle and had it registered in the name of PW2, who was his wife. On the material day, the two were together, and as PW2 went to buy vegetables and groceries, PW1 remained in the vehicle where it was parked, where a group of 4 men entered the vehicle after One of them, who was armed with a rifle, ordered him to open the door and ordered him to go to the back seat. One of those people drove the vehicle, and he described in his testimony, summarized in detail in this judgment hearing above, and took away his mobile phone, make Nokia and Huawei, and also gas cylinder that was in the vehicle. The said vehicle, from the evidence of PW6, was the one that was used to intercept the motor vehicle registration number KBE 464L, where PW3 and PW4 were, and were ordered to move to the rear, and were robbed and eventually abandoned at the home of PW8 on the same night of the incident. PW6 witnessed the incident, and then PW7 was notified and proceeded to the scene, where he found the vehicle registration number KBF 796A abandoned at the gate, and inside the motor vehicle they found PW1 inside the boot, and then PW1 narrated what had transpired. PW18 also arrived at that scene and found PW1 already rescued from the boot of the vehicle. From the evidence of PW1, PW3, and PW4, 4 people robbed PW1. And again, from the evidence of PW3 and PW4, the latter 2 were also robbed by 4 people. Robberies were preceded by carjacking of respective vehicles in which the respective victims were, and victims eventually abandoned. While PW1 was abandoned while inside the boot of the car registration number KBF 796A, from which the robbers came from, and hijacked the car in which PW3 and PW4 were. PW3 and PW4, after being robbed, were abandoned near the homestead of PW8 and sought refuge at the home of PW8 after the robbers drove off. The robberies took place, from the evidence on record, as part of the same transaction. There were 4 robbers in each of the incidents. From the evidence of the victims who testified as PW1, PW3, and PW4, one of the robbers had a big gun. The big gun was identified in the course of the trial and produced as prosecution exhibit number 3. PW4 testified that the person who had the gun was the first accused person in hearing. From the evidence of PW1, PW3, and PW5 in relation to identification at the identification parade, the evidence of PW1 was that he did identify the second accused. PW3 identified the second, the third, and the fourth accused persons. PW4 identified the first, the second, and the fourth accused persons. And PW1 and PW3 also stated on cross-examination that they were not asked at the time of reporting the incidents to give description of the robbers. I will come back to this in the course of this statement. The evidence of PW4 was that the first accused is the one who had the big gun during the robbery incident. The testimony of PW4 was that by the time she jumped to the back seat as ordered, the fourth accused was already in the vehicle seated on the back seat and is the one who asked her for her phone. Each of those victims described in their testimonies, as summarized herein above, the words the assailants uttered, which they asked them to utter during the identification parades. The respective identification parade forms, wherein the said PW1, PW3, and PW4 participated as witnesses, were produced as prosecution exhibits 1, 6, and 8. The evidence of PW6, who conducted the identification parades, where PW1, PW3, and PW4 participated as witnesses, was in tandem with the testimonies of those witnesses with regard to conduct of the parades. PW19 conducted identification parades where the third accused was identified by PW3, while PW1 was not able to identify anyone, in the parade he participated as witness, and PW19 produced the parade form in that regard as prosecution exhibit 5. PW19 also conducted identification parade for the first accused, wherein PW4 participated as a witness. It stated PW4 identified the first accused person appearing, and it produced the parade form as prosecution exhibit number 8. The evidence of PW19 is also consistent with the testimony of PW1 and PW4 with regard to the identification parades. The first accused person stated that he took part in the identification parade and that he was not identified and he could not have signed the parade form because he had an injury on his hand, which he sustained during his arrest. And the second, third, fourth, and fourth accused persons denied having taken part in any identification parade. I have perused the testimonies of the said accused persons and noticed that the testimonies are majorly focused on absolute denial, to an extent that the testimonies of each of the said first, second, third, and fourth accused persons have internal inconsistencies, which calls for careful weighing of the same alongside other evidence on record as a whole as required. The court is guided by the decision of superior courts with regard to how inconsistencies in evidence are to be treated in a criminal trial, one of which is the case of Patrick Analo and another versus Republic 2019, Kika 162 KNR, where the Court of Appeal stated as follows, and I quote, "In John Nyagajuki and 4 others versus Republic, this court explained the law on contradictions and inconsistencies in evidence as follows, quote, in certain criminal cases, particularly those which involve many witnesses, discrepancies are in many instances inevitable. But what is important is whether the discrepancies are of such a nature as would create a doubt as to the guilt of the accused. If so, then the prosecution would not have discharged burden squarely on it to prove the case beyond any reasonable doubt. However, where discrepancies in the evidence do not affect an otherwise proved case against an accused, a court is entitled to overlook those discrepancies and proceed to convict the accused. The discrepancies in the evidence in the matter before us are, in our view, of a minor nature, considering the facts and circumstances of the case." End of quote. Also, in the case of Twaigani Alfred versus Uganda, Criminal Appeal number 139 of 2001-2003 UGCA, it says, it was stated as follows, open quote, "With regard to contradictions in the prosecution's case, the law as set out in numerous authorities is that grave contradictions, unless satisfactorily explained, will usually, but not necessarily, lead to the evidence of a witness being rejected. The court will ignore minor contradictions unless the court thinks that they point to deliberate untruthfulness, and if they do not reflect the main substance of the prosecution's case." Unquote. The testimonies of PW1, PW3, and PW4 with regard to identification evidence is consistent with the testimonies of PW16 and PW19, who conducted identification parades. A careful perusal of the evidence on record reveals that these witnesses were quite consistent in their narration of events that took place during the material night. During the incidents of robbery, the persons who robbed them were not previously known to any of them. From the evidence on record, the witnesses each asked those in the parade to utter specific words which they stated they uttered during respective robberies, and it was based on the utterances of such words that they were able to identify the suspects in the respective parade. This was therefore a case of voice identification. The words from the evidence of PW16 and PW7 and PW19 were given by the witnesses to those officers who conducted the respective parades, and the witnesses indicated to those officers they could be able to identify the suspects upon uttering the words. From the evidence on record, as summarized herein, those identified were so identified upon uttering specific words, had it been an identification solely on physical appearance, the witnesses would have been expected to have beforehand given description of the assailants. That would be in line with the decision of the Court of Appeal in the case of Victor Mwenda Mlinge vs. Republic, 2014 Kika at 710, where the Court of Appeal said, open quote, Ajode vs. Republic. In Ajode vs. Republic, this court held that before an identification parade is held, a witness should be asked to give description of persons sought to be identified. Ideally, that advanced description of a person ought to be in writing, and the same, together with the parade forms, availed to the trial court so that it can compare the description given of the accused and quote. With regard to identification by voice, in the case of Choge vs. Republic, 1985 KLR, it was stated, quote, evidence of voice identification is receivable and admissible in evidence, and it can, depending on the circumstances, carry as much weight as visual identification. In receiving such evidence, care would be necessary to ensure that it was the accused person's voice, that the witness was familiar with it and recognized it, and that the conditions obtaining at the time it was made were such that there was no mistake in testifying to that which was said and who had said it. The robbery incidents took place on the night of 6th and 9th of February 2015. Identification parades were conducted on 15th February 2015. After about 8 days from the date of the said robberies, memories would not fade up in about a week. And from the evidence on record, the robberies were in the vehicle where the victims who had been carjacked were. For some time during the night, they were talking, and all the witnesses were interested in the specific words which were spoken specifically, commands they received during the incidences. From the evidence adduced, by the victims who testified as PW1, PW2, and PW4, in each of the PW1, PW3, and PW4, in each of the robbery incidents, the robbers were 4 men, and they respectively described in their testimonies how those 4 men entered the respective vehicles. From the evidence of PW22, PW30, and PW31, who were part of the team involved in the arrests, the female suspects came in at the point of arrests. The 5th and the 6th accused persons, from the evidence on record, were arrested on the same day the other accused persons were arrested. And from the evidence on record, the 5th and 6th accused persons are not sufficiently linked to the robberies, and none of the said 5th and 6th accused persons herein is neither principal offender within the meaning of Section 20 of the Penal Code, nor a joint offender within the meaning of Section 21 of the Penal Code. With regard to the 7th accused, no identification parade was conducted wherein he was lined up as a suspect. There is no evidence that he was spotted anywhere within the vicinity of the robberies that took place on the material night. From the evidence of PW14, PW15, PW30, and the testimony of the 7th accused person, the 7th accused used to charge phones for other people in his house. He had known the 5th accused person for 3 years, and the 5th accused person introduced to him the 3rd accused person as a husband, and he stated that the 3rd accused is the one who gave him the phone to charge. That was the morning of 7th February 2015, a day following the night of the robberies, which took place on the night of 6th and 7th of February 2015. The testimony of the 5th accused person is in tandem with the testimonies of PW 14 and PW 15, which corroborate the same, and his testimony is consistent with what he told the police at the time of his arrest, which is also corroborated by the testimonies of PW 14 and PW 15. On the issue of accomplice evidence, the Court of Appeal had this to say in the case of John Karunji Mbeire versus Republic 2015 Kika at 107, and I quote, on the issue of accomplice evidence, which the appellant contends was improperly acted upon, this court in Stephen Kelang Mahalale and another versus Republic 2010 EKR observed, open quotes, the position in law with regard to accomplice is this: an accomplice is a competent witness against an accused person. However, such evidence needs corroboration. In the case of Uganda versus Shah, the Court of Appeal for East Africa, in dealing with the question of accomplice evidence, rendered itself as follows, quote, the second and third grounds of appeal were that the learned judge had erred in holding that there was no independent evidence incriminating either the first or third respondents, corroborating the accomplice evidence against him. The facts relied on by the prosecution were finding of 113.5 bags of Arabica coffee on the Piriri estate where only Robusta was grown, and the expert evidence was that the coffee was found similar in quantity of the stolen coffee. The learned magistrate held that these facts were capable of amounting to corroboration. Evidence to be corroborated must be independent, and it must implicate or tend to implicate the individual accused of the offense. It is clear from that authority that accomplice evidence is admissible, and also that if believed, it might be relied upon to found a conviction if corroborated by independent and admissible evidence. End of quote. It is also in evidence adduced during the trial that the seventh accused person is the one who led to the arrest of the third accused person at the time of arrest. Sorry, let me read again. It is also in evidence adduced during the trial that the seventh accused person is the one who led to the arrest of the third accused person, who at the time of arrest was in the company of fourth accused person, who then led to the arrest of the first accused and the sixth accused person, and recoveries were made during the arrest. Can that fact that the fourth accused person led to the arrest of the other accused persons, and the fact that recoveries made during those arrests be used against the fourth accused person hearing? The Court of Appeal in the case of Ahmad Abolafadi Mohammed and another versus Republic 2018 Kika at 743 held, and I quote, when Karukenya and 4 others versus Republic was decided in July 1984, Section 31 of the Evidence Act expressly allowed admissibility of evidence discovered in consequence of information given by an accused person, whether the giving of the information amounted to a confession or not. The provision, whose side note read information from accused leading to discovery of facts provided thus, quote, notwithstanding the provisions of sections 26, 28, and 29 of this Act, when any fact is deposed as to discovered in consequence of information received from a person accused of any offense, so much of such information, whether it amounts to a confession or not, as relates distinctly to the fact thereby discovered, may be proved. End of quote. However, in 2003, the Criminal Law Amendment Act number 5 of 2003 affected fundamental changes as to the law on confessions and admissibility of information from an accused person, leading to discovery of evidence. Among the changes, a new section 25A was introduced into the Evidence Act, which made confessions inadmissible unless made in court. In addition, Section 103 of the 2003 Act repealed Section 31 of the Evidence Act, meaning that henceforth information from an accused person leading to discovery of evidence was not admissible. As this court noted in Thoya, Kitsao, Alias Katibu versus Republic 2015 EKLR, those changes were intended to address the then egregious abuses and irregularities arising from confessions taken by the police. Practical challenges in the implementation of the new law, however, led to further amendments in 2017 through Static Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act number 7 of 2007, which allowed confessions to be made before a judge, a magistrate, or a police officer, other than the investigating officer, being an officer not below the rank of Chief Inspector of Police, and a third party of the suspect's choice. It also allowed the Attorney General, in consultation with the Law Society of Kenya, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and other suitable bodies, to make rules governing the taking of extrajudicial confessions, leading to promulgation of evidence out of court confessions rules 2009. What is very clear in all this is that Section 31 of the Evidence Act, or a variation thereof, was not re-enacted, meaning that information from an accused person leading to discovery of evidence is inadmissible outside a confession. This was the position that this court took, for example, in Kennedy Otieno Oden versus Republic 2008 EKR. In this appeal, it was never the prosecution's case that the appellant had confessed to committing the offenses that they were charged with. Accordingly, we are satisfied that the two courts below erred in admitting the evidence that allegedly led to the discovery of the RDX. End of quotes. There is clear and consistent evidence that the third accused was in possession of phones stolen during robbery, escorted by the fifth accused person, and took the same to the seventh accused person to charge it for him. That is proved beyond reasonable doubt, even on the face of denials by the third and fifth accused persons. The Court of Appeal in the case of William Ougo Arunda, either to refer to as Patrick Odworo Chin versus Republic 2022 Kika at 23, had this to say with regard to the doctrine of recent possession, open quotes. We start with the question whether the doctrine of recent possession was properly invoked. As regards the circumstances under which the doctrine of recent possession may apply, in Athman Salim Athman versus Republic 2016 EKR, the court held that, open quotes, the essence of the doctrine is that when an accused person is found in possession of recently stolen property, and is unable to offer any reasonable explanation as to how he came to be in possession of that property, a presumption of fact arises that he is either the thief or receiver. The circumstances under which the doctrine will apply were considered in Isaac Nganga Kahiga, alias Peter Nganga Kahiga versus Republic, criminal application number 272 of 2005, where the court stated, quote, it is right that before a court of law can rely on the doctrine of recent possession as a basis of conviction in a criminal case, the possession must be positively proved. In other words, there must be positive proof, first, that the property was found with the suspect, secondly, that the property is positively the property of the complainant, thirdly, that the property was stolen from the complainant, and lastly, that the property was recently stolen from the complainant. The proof as to time, as has been stated over and over again, will depend on the easiness with which the stolen property can move from one to the other. End of quotes. The evidence of record, particularly the evidence of PW 14, and PW 15 and PW 30, and the seventh accused person exonerates the seventh accused person and proves the doctrine of recent possession as against the third accused. In the William Oungo Arunda case quoted above, stolen property was found in possession of an appellant within hours of occurrence of incidents of theft, like is the case here, where the third accused was in possession of phones stolen from victims of robbery in the morning following the night of the robberies, and the Court of Appeal stated, and I quote, as stated by the Supreme Court of Uganda in Bogere, Moses and Another versus Uganda, Criminal Appeal number 1 of 1997, that open quote, it ought to be realized that where evidence of recent possession of stolen property is proved beyond reasonable doubt, it raises a very strong presumption of participation in the stealing, so that if there is no innocent explanation of the possession, the evidence is even stronger and more dependable than eyewitness evidence of identification in a nocturnal event. This is especially so because inevitably the former is independently verifiable, while the latter solely depends on the credibility of the eyewitness. End of quote. On the material night of the robbery, from the evidence of PW 20, the third accused person sourced for services of PW 20, who operates a taxi, and he explained how the third accused guided him to where he picked other persons whom he dropped at respective places as directed. And then after dropping them, he realized that those people left a bad-smelling, N-shaped metal in the vehicle. The metal was later established to be part of a gun. A rifle recovered from the house where the first accused person and the sixth accused person were arrested that had L-shaped component missing from it. The evidence of PW4 was that during the incident of the material night, the first accused is the one who had the big gun, while the seventh accused person explained how the third accused in the company of the fifth accused person took to him phone for charging. There is no explanation from the third accused person how he came by the phone which had been robbed the previous night. The doctrine of recent possession shifts evidential burden once the prosecution has discharged the legal burden, as it has done in this case. And while there is no legal burden on the accused to prove innocence, there is nothing to displace application of the doctrine of recent possession. There is more than identification evidence against the first, second, third, and fourth accused persons hearing, insofar as the first, second, and third counts are concerned. There is also strong suspicion that the fifth and the sixth accused persons may have been passive members of the same gang, but suspicion, however strong, is not enough. Those who were robbed on the material night did not see any lady amongst the robbers. Neither did PW20, the taxi driver, carry any lady in his car on the material night. The seventh accused has been exonerated by his own evidence and the evidence of PW 14, 15, and 30. And therefore, in my finding, the first, second, and third counts have been proved beyond reasonable doubt against the first, the second, the third, and fourth accused persons, and not proved beyond reasonable doubt against the fifth, sixth, and seventh accused persons hearing. Counts numbers 4 and 5 are also closely related, and therefore I will deal with them side by side. The point for determination with regard to the fourth count is whether the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the first and the sixth accused persons hearing were unlawfully found in possession of firearm, namely G3 rifle, serial number KP 6927317 without firearm certificate. And the point for determination with regard to the fifth count is whether the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the first and sixth accused persons were unlawfully found in possession of 7 rounds of 7.62mm caliber ammunition without a firearm certificate as alleged in the particulars of offense to the said count, numbers 4 and 5 respectively. The evidence of PW29 was that he's a police officer and was issued with the G3 rifle, serial number 6927317 on 22nd of October 2013, and the same was entered in the register as entry number 1041. He testified that he was robbed of the said rifle while on duty on the same day at night, where he was providing security to telecom personnel who were on duty. The evidence of PW22, PW30, PW31, and PW36 was that the first accused and the sixth accused at the time of their arrest were in the same house. The sixth accused person opened the door, and then the first accused was found in the house hiding under the bed. The first accused testified that he was not arrested in that house, and also stated that it is not true that the sixth accused person is the one who opened the door. If he was not there, how could he say that the sixth accused did not open the door? The sixth accused person also in a testimony denied. The evidence on record adduced by the prosecution is, however, to the effect that the recoveries made from the house at the time of arrest of the first and the sixth accused persons were documented in an inventory which was produced in evidence. The recoveries were also produced in evidence. PW11 and PW12 were the persons who left the house to the sixth accused person, and the landlord to the sixth accused person respectively. The recoveries from the evidence of record were submitted to ballistic expert for examination, and the evidence of the ballistic expert confirms that they are a firearm and ammunition respectively. While there is an inconsistency with regard to whether the bag where the gun was found was in the kitchen or the bathroom, it is a minor one expected to arise in a recovery made during such an operation, and this is taken care of by the authority of Milimani Alfred vs. Uganda, already cited here before. There is no evidence that any of the first or the sixth accused person had a license to hold either the firearm or the ammunition. And therefore, from the evidence on record, there is proof of counts numbers 4 and 5 against the first accused person and the sixth accused person beyond reasonable doubt. Equally, counts numbers 6 and 7 are also closely related, and therefore I will consider the same side by side. With regard to count number 6, the point for determination is whether the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the second accused person herein was found in unlawful possession of Seska pistol, serial number G4726 without a firearm certificate, and the point for determination with regard to the 7th count is whether the prosecution has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the second accused was found in unlawful possession of 15 rounds of 9mm caliber ammunition without a firearm certificate. From the evidence on record, including the evidence of PW22, PW26, PW30, and PW36, a pistol, serial number G4726, had been issued to a police officer who was the bodyguard to the deceased Honorable Muchai, as per the register produced as prosecution exhibit 28. And that firearm was recovered from the house where the second accused person was arrested, together with the rounds of ammunition in question. The evidence of record is that the same were forwarded to the examiner, who adduced evidence that he examined the same and found the same to be firearm and ammunition respectively. PW6 testified that he had rented the house to the second accused person hearing, who was using a different name and that he came to know his real name after the arrest. The second accused testified that nothing was recovered from him and that he was not arrested in that house. The denial by the second accused is faced by credible evidence adduced by prosecution with regard to his arrest and recovery. The testimony that the police were out to arrest people so as to meet deadline of 72 hours. A deadline of 72 hours set by the then Minister for Interior would really not convince. Otherwise, some of those traced during investigations, like PW14 and PW15, would not have been witnesses. The evidence adduced by the prosecution proves that the second accused was arrested from the house in question, where the firearm and ammunition that are the subject of count numbers 6 and 7 were recovered. There is no evidence that the second accused person had the requisite certificate to hold the firearm and the ammunition, and I therefore find counts numbers 6 and 7 are falsely have been proved beyond reasonable doubt as required. With regard to count number 8, the point for determination is whether the fifth accused was found in unlawful possession of 2 rounds of 9mm ammunition without a firearm certificate, as alleged in the particulars of offense to count number 8 aforesaid. The fifth accused in her testimony stated that there was nothing recovered from her at the time of arrest. The evidence adduced by the prosecution is that in the house where the fifth accused was taken, there were 2 rounds of ammunition recovered and an inventory prepared and signed by those present, including the fifth accused person hearing. The said inventory was produced as prosecution exhibit number 33, and it is signed by the fifth accused. And the report of ballistic expert produced as prosecution exhibit 14 confirms the same as ammunition. There is no evidence adduced to show that the fifth accused was at the material time a holder of the requisite certificate, and I therefore find that the 8th count has been proved against the fifth accused beyond reasonable doubt as required. In summary, and for the foregoing reasons, I make the following findings under section 215 of the Criminal Procedure Code. A, the first, second, third, and fourth accused persons are each guilty of each of counts numbers 1, 2, and 3 herein before first mentioned, and each of the said first, second, third, and fourth accused persons is each convicted of each of the said first, second, and third counts. B, each of the fifth, sixth, and seventh accused persons is not guilty of each of the said counts numbers 1, 2, and 3, and is each acquitted of the said counts numbers 1, 2, and 3. C, the first and the sixth accused persons, each guilty of count numbers 4 and 5, and each of the said first and sixth accused persons is convicted of the said counts 4 and 5. D, the second accused is guilty of counts numbers 6 and 7 aforesaid, and is convicted of each of the said counts numbers 6 and 7. E, the fifth accused is guilty of count number 8, and is accordingly convicted of the said count number 8. The seventh accused person, who has been acquitted of all the 3 counts he is facing, is ordered to be set to liberty unless he is otherwise lawfully held. That is the end of the statement.
Much obliged.
So the
The judgment is typed. He was making corrections as I was reading, typographical errors, which I'm going to correct, and by 4 p.m. we will have it online.
Most of that on behalf of the 7th accused person, we really need to appreciate this honorable court for the efforts and for the efforts that have been employed in preparing and delivering this judgment, which was not easy. We really appreciate when we don't take it for granted. We also appreciate that justice has been done. It was our wish that we could have attended the next session for mitigation if there was a provision in law for compensation and remedies for persons like the 7th accused person. However, Your Honor, this judgment will definitely, with other judgments and other efforts, will inform initiatives for law reform to that effect, Your Honor. We also appreciate that this decision is a well-reasoned decision, backed or founded on law.
Sorry, Professor.
Yes.
Don't go that way, because your client was not alone. If we go that way, we start having comments, divergent comments, and it can be a dangerous way to go.
We appreciate Your Honor.
Yes.
We were properly guided. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So, records.
Your Honor, we do have the records for some of the accused persons. The first to the fourth. We, however, Your Honor, wish to ask for time to avail the same. Your Honor, if the court allows us, we can come back, Your Honor, on a different date for purposes of availing the records and for sentence hearing.
And almost time.
Your Honor, maybe, I don't know how the court is placed next week, you can maybe come back on Thursday. The 19th, Your Honor.
Are we uncomfortable with that time?
Yeah, I am, but I was paying for the 18th. Not that the 20th is a holiday. You never know what may happen. The dates may change and come to an earlier date.
Oh, the street is placed with the food. We have a case with 38 accused persons and 15 advocates. They are enough to fill. They normally sit up to somewhere.
You know, my only fear is that on the 19th will be the holiday. That's my only fear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we do it virtually then? Because
It's
the
okay,
place
it's
will
okay.
be full.
It's okay with us.
Mr. Ongano?
Your Honor, on the 18th I have a matter before the High Court, and I cannot tell what time it will be because we don't have the court list up to this point, but 19th is available. As regards the holiday, which I believe is Eid, it's actually set for 20th. Now, it depends on when they sight the moon. If the moon appears earlier, Muslims may go off, but we are Christians. We'll still come here on 19th, with or without the moon having been sighted. 20th is the mandatory holiday, Your Honor.
Has it been declared?
Pardon?
Has it been declared? It has to be declared the holiday.
It's already in the calendar.
Okay.
You know, maybe so that we avoid the issue of the holiday. When we come back on the 23rd, which is a Monday.
You are okay with 25?
Yes, so we would have wished to deal with this matter much earlier because the prejudice that my client is suffering, he would like to, I think, immediately start dealing with an issue of an appeal, which is a right available to him. So the earlier we deal with that, the much faster he'll be able to deal with the issue of an appeal, Your Honor.
What if we mention that virtually on 18?
18 is okay.
Because of space, we can't have this crowd and the other crowd here.
That is convenient, Your Honor.
18 at 2. It's okay.
You know, the 18th, I'll have a challenge. I have an engagement, you know, that I have to attend to at 2.
If we do at noon,
Well, noon is okay. Noon is okay. At 2,
so
I
how
have
at noon you're okay?
noon is okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, also, these records that they may be producing, they can serve as also actually electronically. They simply scan it and then upload it on the CTS, we pick it from there, or they send us by email, by WhatsApp, and we speed up the process.
And how about those who are not represented? What are number 4? How will they get?
You know, we just, I believe we can serve them in the morning of the 18th so that they just prepare, because it's just indicating what offenses and the convictions they have. So we can just do that so as to cater for the 1st and the 4th.
Is it possible to share the information earlier than 18?
We'll try, Your Honor. I don't know now how we will be able to reach them in. Maybe we'll send through the officers to prison. Yeah, for the councils we can serve them even on WhatsApp, Your Honor. Your Honor, maybe before you give your directions, my apologies, Your Honor. I see we had mentioned something about the records. We even produced a letter, exhibit number 68B. So I believe the defense should have a copy of the same. So there was a letter, exhibit 68A, and the 68B is where the records have been indicated.
Your Honor, I think the record will also show that by the time I came on record, it was the matter was in defense, so I do not have any exhibit. Okay, please.
Mr. Bomani, whatever you have gotten,
Yes, we'll do that, Your Honor.
yes, this is the right time.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you share with everybody. Yes, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going for my defense at the High Court.
Mm.
And there's a license that I had given this court as an exhibit.
Mm.
Because the matter has now come to a conclusion,
Mm.
I was asking you to give me that receipt so that I can use it to present it at the High Court.
As we are in the same building, so getting it is not difficult.
But I see the matter.
You want the original or certified copy?
I wanted the original that I paid. And even had I known that I will not have it.
What we can do, we have certified copy. If the High Court wants to see the original, it's easily accessible.
That is what they said. So if you cannot give me, just tell me it's a defense exhibit now, so that I can tell them at the High Court to the not defend.
Hapo nasikiza judgment, nilisema ni defense exhibit 4.
Defense exhibit 4.
Yes. Sir.
I still appeal, Your Honor. I have agreed with your judgment. I have respected your judgment. I don't have
Just a moment, let's not go to the judgment. Yes.
Yona, pia mimi nilikuwa nimeenda kitambulisho kotini kama ni defense exhibit. Pia pale High Court nilitaja, wakaniuliza kama najua ilikuwa exhibit namba ngapi ama naweza kuja nayo. Sasa pia mimi niliomba mimi kitambulisho za nirudia ili kuzirepresent pale High Court tafadhali.
Unaenda High Court lini?
High Court kwa karibu tarehe 18.
18th of
next month. Sasa nilikuwa nimwambia mambo hiyo kitambulisho, akaniambia kama najua ilikuwa ni makio kama sikukumbuka ama kama naweza kuja nayo nipeane kotini kuna defense exhibit yangu.
hakuna shida.
Sawa.
The court assistant will communicate to the court assistant from the High Court. Then we'll be able to get it. So we meet on 18th, and because as I've said, this place will be crowded on 18th, we'll do the session of 18th.
Wonderful day.
So we agree on time?
Yes, 12.
Afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor.